Morning, good afternoon, good evening. What's going on, everybody? Bad, I had to wrap a couple things up in the office. What's going on, yo? Well, one of the things that we kind of didn't want was a sideways, midweek reversal. But let's see, we're still early. This 200 EMA is going to be the issue. 200 to the 800 shouldn't be a big deal, but getting above this 200 is kind of sickly right now. Where the hell did that headset go? Give me a second. Hey, yo. What's going on, Mike? News cycle's been shit today. I just closed Twitter. Like, I'm not doing this with y'all. Bro, I'm seeing an equal amount of massive relief rally coming or capitulation any second. Like, I've never seen people this split. What's wrong with these dudes, bro? Can't they just be honest? Can't they just say we have an equal opportunity to go up or down? The move's going to be explosive, but we have to wait for confirmation to see what direction we're going? Like, is that such a hard script? Just doesn't make for good clicks, I guess. You know what I mean? Yeah. Guess what else doesn't make for good clicks? Telling everybody a relief rally's coming and then they down 15-20% overnight.
I think a lot of like they know that even though they take short term loss, people short term money.
Your mic sounds like you're underwater, bro. Just me that hears him like that?
Sounds underwater.
Yeah.
How about now? Is that better?
Yep.
Yeah, sorry. That music in the background. No, I was just saying, I feel like they know that these people have short-term memories, right? And so as long as they remain a big, they get enough clicks, no matter which way it goes, right? Because that's why they just flip it up for the next one. You know, if they're
Hmm.
wrong, they just do something else sensational, and then that means people are gonna come back to them when their short-term memory's gone, right?
They just replace them. These channels have such a large turnover, right? Either you get in this channel and you really get into crypto, like let's say like a banter or something like that, right? Either you get into banter and you really start to take crypto seriously, and then you find another place to go because you know like the stuff is so surface level there, or they wreck you, you leave, and you get replaced by like 7 new fresh faces. You know,
Yeah, true that.
their turnover is crazy. But that's because YouTube pushes them right to the front of the search.
Yeah, that's the whole thing about algorithms in general and clickbait and how much that's
Gotta keep them happy.
promoted. You know.
What keeps the YouTube algorithm the happiest, honestly, is interaction in the chat, likes, and click through. Meaning, how many people see your thumbnail and click it, which is why all the clickbait exists. You know, that's the easy one. Just put something crazy on there, bro. If I was to drop a video tomorrow and put a oh shit face and title it "Oh my god, I never thought this would happen," do you imagine how many people would click on that video?
Be popping.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we're just going sideways.
Yeah. I'll pull out some rare signal. I'll find some esoteric indicator that fired for the first time in 13 years or something. And then put a big like warning sign on the thing and 13-year indicator flashes. That's the type of shit you're seeing right now.
Yep.
I don't blame them though, because everybody's fighting for a very small audience right now. The amount of people that are watching YouTube content at this point in the bear market, not very big. Which means you guys are going to be way ahead your competitors when they decide to come back into the market. You doing what other people are not willing to do is what's going to get you the results that other people are not used to getting. %85 and underwater, then you should probably only do what the 15% are doing. I really want this to snap up just to avoid another boring ass day of chart. Down, tap that 50. Tap the 50. Top of the range. 800. Talking about earlier market maker motivations, right? Want to get you guys used to these magnets. Take everything off the screen except for your EMAs and your TR main. And just start getting used to looking for the market maker motivations. Right? Empty chart. When we came and we had that drop today, we had all market maker motivations above us. Daily open, 50 EMA, 200 EMA, 800 EMA, psychological low, psychological high. right? When market makers in control, these are the targets. Price goes above them, and then below them, and then above them, and then below them, and that's the motion of the ocean. So if market makers in control right now, which control is a very funny word to use in this situation, but if market maker is in control right now, then those will be the motivations. Right? The problem is that he's fighting sentiment and sell pressure from the shorters. So then once you figure that out, right, you look and you're like, okay, motivations are above. Do we have structure? Right? We don't have structure to pop from yet. You want to put in that higher low. You had a chance to put in a higher low, but now you got a lower low, so you still have to build structure. So A, structure, still not complete. Right? But what about volume? Volume's not there. Right? This is volume divergent, this move. Which means we'll probably come down for our type 2 due to the fact that there's no volume. So structure, no. Volume, no. Gas. Do we have enough gas to get us to all the motivations, or will market maker have to pay for the whole bill? Gas, check. Plenty of gas. Right? So the only two things we have to watch right now are structure and volume. And our one fear here, or our one concern, is if structure breaks down. Right? If you lose the lows. And that's it. That's all we have to do to watch this price action right now. Nothing else matters except for this 12 inches of screen right here. Then we can bring back our patterns. When I'm trading alone on the side, my chart looks like this. You'll get to the point where you see the patterns and you don't have to draw them. Like most of the pattern drawing that I do is for YouTube's, for like YouTube consumption. Yeah, gold and silver. Same sort of deal, right? Go naked chart. Where are your market maker motivations here on the hourly? Doesn't look good on the hourly, right? All your motivations are to the downside on the hourly, except for silver. Right, silver has to get to its 200 and its 800 still. But at that point, all the motivations will be down. We go to 15-minute. Right, rock in a hard place. And on gold, you're basically sitting above your motivations. Which means type 2 entries will bring market maker back down underneath all his motivations again. Right? If price was to come down, they come back to that vector, come back to that SR flip. right? It would come down underneath all of its EMAs. And then all of our motivations will once again be to the top side. That's sort of how I see it playing. Important to watch the Dixie. I was looking at the Dixie earlier, and where the hell is the Dixie? There it is. Dixie's gonna be easy, right? Very deterministic. If we break this uptrend, or if we come down towards this uptrend, right? Once it breaks, it's official. But coming back down towards this uptrend, towards the bottom of the range, the rally continues for us on crypto. If this W pattern pops out on the move up to this measured move, BTC is going to retest its lows at 60 and possibly break them. Right? Dollar go up, risk assets down. Dollar down, risk assets up. But if we look at where we're at with the dollar, right, it's very spooky, because it could possibly just pop and go, which would give us bear market lows. Basically what we're looking at. Right? Does this look like it's going to roll over and collapse, or does this look like it's not done with its expansive move? Now we're buying tons of yen to keep that from happening. I don't think we have to worry about the carry trade unwinding for a little while. We stepped in and bailed them out. Well, let's be clear. They came out and said, we need permission to sell our US bonds to keep shit from getting bad. One, that's a crazy thing, right? You got US, you buy debt from another country, right? From the main country in the world, or whatever you want to call it. And then when it comes time to sell, you're so like in debt that you've got to ask permission to actually sell their debt. But the US gave them permission to sell the debt. What I think happened is once they saw they were serious, we came up with an alternative, which was buying buying yen with US dollars. Good old currency manipulation. But don't get me wrong, I would love for that shit to unwind during this bear market and give us some really nice lows. It's not hard. Sustaining this rally would just mean breaking this bullish channel here. That would give some legs back to this rally. Remember, for me, guys, this shit has always had a ceiling. This shit has a hard ceiling of 84K. That doesn't mean you're going to get there. That just means if you do get there, expect a pretty serious rejection. But 80 is going to be big, and 74 is still massive, y'all. Until we can get over 74, we can't even think about anything else. Yeah, it's pretty extreme out there right now, Aeon. It's like either super bearish or, you know, super cycle confirmed sort of shit. Bro, we go to 84. The amount of people that are gonna mistake that life raft for a rocket ship is nuts. You're gonna see retail collectively buy the top 5 entries full port. Nobody in here is gonna do that, but watch. Yeah, this shit is all over the place, y'all. I don't regularly do this, but look, what did I tell you? 2018 Bitcoin signal flashing. Must watch. I gotta click that, huh? Trump finally said Bitcoin's going to 1 million. Face of a man who knows Bitcoin is done. Crypto winter confirmed. Some bullish shit for Coinbase and Robinhood. I lost $2.7 million in 2 hours. My comeback plan. Comeback plan apparently consists of clickbait videos. Extreme sell pressure, market update. My entire portfolio is gone. Crypto banter just sold his entire all his crypto. Look, same guy. 1 day apart. Crazy face, I'm concerned. Should I sell my ETH at this time? I thought you just told us that we had a bullish signal that just fired for the first time in 18 years with a massive green candle circled. Like, how are you supposed to watch people like this and every video is completely different? I guess he's not concerned anymore, right? That's what happened. That's all it is. Bitcoin crumbles. Live Trump announcement. Big crypto rotation into value. Such bullshit, bro. I don't know how anybody stands a chance out there.
When you're new to crypto, you always have that moment where somebody really were into and respected, and then you realize that you can't respect them anymore. You know, just stop watching them totally.
Yeah.
But with each and every, at first it's just one, and then it happens with another one, and another one, and pretty soon you just stop watching them.
Like when you go from thinking that your parents know everything, and then you realize, like, oh shit, like you guys are just making it up as you go along, just like everybody else.
Then you get even older and you realize that, well, they were making it up, but they did know some things.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not like that with the crypto, that part. There was one person I actually respected, but he doesn't stream much anymore. He used to do live streams, Jordan Cameron.
Oh, I remember that
Actually
name.
learned some things. He was really good for beginners, teaching how to not buy green candles and all the basics.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what it is, but right, it's hard to know who's here to help and who isn't, which is why I try to go above and beyond to not do the little things that could make anybody even question, you know what I mean? I don't want to look like these dudes. I don't want to resemble these dudes in any way. I hate that we share a job description, you know what I mean? Like, and I'm not knocking anybody's hustle, but to each their own, bro. That's just not why I'm in this. This is the only way I can be, bro. Like, if I'm gonna be on 24/7, y'all are just gonna get the real me. Because I can't imagine coming on here every day and putting on that, you know. Today for the Bitcoin price. You imagine, bro? I'd be tired in like an hour, bro. I'd be exhausted. I have to go take a nap.
Well, that's why everybody loves you so much, because you're real, and then you attract real.
That's what I do like. I do like that this channel, it seems to like automatically cut out certain people that shouldn't be here because they're just not into how we do things. But
you're not a regular
really
YouTuber.
into
You're like
them.
a different category from everybody else. I'm not sure how to define you.
I like that. I'll go with that. I'll go with that. I'm a trader, not an influencer.
We do have our trolls like high def, but they troll in just the right way, just enough to add the spice. They still fit in.
You imagine if the first time I do the face reveal, Mike, it's in a oh shit thumbnail.
Yeah, please don't do that.
Feels stupid even saying face reveal when more than half of you have known what I look like for a long time already. Glaze me, Mike, glaze me. Is this sun still up? Like, what the hell is going on with the planet right now? Where's my phone? Another hour. I gotta wait till 6:11.
Just the planets in solarized easing.
That's not trippy though, Reese, having the sun up for so long. No, I appreciate you guys. I thought that there could possibly be a chance where there wasn't an appetite for this type of content anymore. As far as like everybody's looking for shortcuts, and there's so many groups with signals and AI bots and trading this and that, and it's like it's just good to know that there's still people who actually want to learn how to do this shit.
Hey, bro, it's a shame, man. I can't even tell you how, like, the signals group, I've seen a few of them. Dude, they have like 40,000 people watching live.
Yep. Yeah. Acting as force multipliers. Can you imagine if every time you took a trade, there was 40,000 people that took the same trade with you in the same direction?
I was watching a guy and he was losing like 3, 4 times he lost in a row. He's like, I'm not gonna show my entry and exit anymore because all of you are taking it like coming for the stop loss.
Hey, if you show me your entrance and your exit, please believe that my exit is going to be right before yours. Especially if you're playing with a big bag, you know?
Yeah, big bag, man. It's like, I mean, those guys are playing on like what do you call those where they're dealing in lots?
Yeah.
What are those forex kind of
Yeah.
platforms? But even the ones who are playing small, like probably doing like 5, 10,000 bucks in a trade, like on those platforms in each trade. Even those guys have like some insane 5, 10,000 people watching. Yeah.
I think people at the end of the day want somebody to blame. Right? If they could follow you, copy trade you, and then when you mess up, it's your fault and not theirs, then that's a psychology that they can deal with, right? They don't want it to be on them. But listen, I'm going to tell you right now, y'all, this isn't 2021, 2022. If you're in a signals group that's giving you daily signals from multiple coins, entries and exits, multiple times a day, you are trading AI. They're getting signals from AI and they're copy and pasting that shit into their chats, and you are trading off of whatever Gemini told them was a good idea, I promise you. Humanly impossible to come up with 72 setups within 24 hours. Like, and I've seen some of these signals groups.
I mean, the ones I'm talking about, they only deal in like Bitcoin and oil and gold and only the top, and they only come in for like 1 hour a day or something.
I wonder how many people are in these signals groups just to counter trade the signals groups.
It's not really hard to fill a signals group, or it really isn't. You want to talk about a quick money grab? If I was to drop a second group right now and say it's $100 a month for signals, it would fill. It wouldn't fill with the same people that are in this group. It would fill with a different group of people, right? But it would fill pretty quickly. It's very quick money.
But that's why they do it differently versus that charge. They're keeping it free, but most of the people that come in use their referral, so they make big money that way.
Yeah, not only that, but like I said, every time you bet $1, there's $40 behind you. Right. So if I know that every time I take a bet, my entire signals group is going to take a bet, then I can quickly take profit into my signal group entry. Right. Way before I said I was going to take profit, I'd take profit into the impulse. And then after that, whatever happens, happens, That's the market's volatile or whatever. They'll feed you a bunch of bullshit.
I mean, but the way these guys do it, they do it on like the 1 minute thing or like the 5 minute thing, and they're just there for like if Bitcoin moves $200, they made their money for a day and then they run away,
Yeah.
because they're doing it like 400x on whatever money they're putting. So $200 on Bitcoin is a lot for them.
Jacob, I take about 10,000 IUs of vitamin D a day. Pause.
Same.
I take 10,000 IU too. You take K2 with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's the same thing. That's
And magnesium. Magnesium competes with B3. So that's the trifecta. You hear my dog bark?
Yeah. Yeah, vitamin D is important, especially if you're darker skinned. A lot of my darker skinned brothers and sisters think that because we can absorb the sun without getting burned, that we are actually absorbing more vitamin D, but it's not true. We're reflecting more of it. We don't get as much.
Yeah, I guess melanin is a double-edged sword like everything else. Yeah.
Excuse me. Not in the natural world where you would naturally spend all day outside, but in the modern world where, yeah, where we're indoors most of the time. Only time you jump outside is to go from your house to your car, or from your car to whatever important.
A lot of people with depression, they just need vitamin D.
Mm-hmm.
So essential.
That's why when people tell you, "Oh, you're depressed, go touch grass, get out of the house," it's like there is some truth to that, right? Getting outside in the sun is gonna help. Getting out of that cave that you're in.
Yep, and you're expending energy, which helps you actually regulate sleep because we're meant to expend energy, right?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Scoob. Also grounding yourself. I do every morning. The morning when I get up, I go outside, I go stand in the yard, I ground myself, I stand in the sun. I have my little wake up morning ritual. Yeah, there's always sun. You don't have to worry about that part. But for those people that don't have regular sun, you can get a red light set up. It'll help with some of that.
Yeah, those things are great.
Yeah, I've got a red light set up above my bed. Every other day, when I go to sleep, I just blast myself. Pause. Kind of crazy.
I was to say it feels good, but now I don't know. Oh shit! No, like was like the best feeling. My aunt has a red light set up in the bathroom, so I always use that bathroom because it's like just makes the floor not cold, and just feels good in your skin too.
Grandmas know what's up, H. Even if they don't understand why. I learned that from my grandma. A lot of the shit that she told me to do, you know, like the old wives' tale, like the old sort of old school thought with the shot of apple cider vinegar and just the things that you're like, grandma, you know, it's like 2026. Like we've got medication and supplements and shit. And then now like you start to find out like nah, they were really onto something. They might not understand why the things that they did for generations work, but there's a reason that their parents and their parents' parents and their parents' parents passed it along. Bro, I used to scream at my grandmother for cooking with lard. There's big chunks of fat and lard, and I'm like, grandma, bro, you're gonna kill us, like, you know what I mean? And then now you look at the, now you look, it's like way better than any sort of cooking oil or, excuse me. All of the things that they gave us for convenience took us away from how healthy things used to be.
They also misinformed us for the longest time, telling us that margarine would help
Yeah.
save our hearts.
Mm-hmm.
Margarine is so nasty. And I'm not even talking about taste. It's one of the worst. I don't even think they make margarine like they used to anymore. I think it's illegal.
Same thing with red meat, right? Much red
Yes.
meat. You know, you can't have you're gonna have too much red meat.
It's like the most nutritional food that there is.
And then they shoved healthy grains and breads down our throat. Healthy grains and breads.
They're still doing it with cereal. They're trying to say that, you know, if you're low income and you're struggling with money, that buy cereal, have cereal for dinner.
No.
That'll be super healthy.
It's just because of how subsidized all the farms are, right? We've subsidized all the corn, and now there's corn in literally everything, right? Like instead of taking the whole food, right? Because nobody eats that much corn, but when you chop it up into high fructose corn syrup and cornmeal and starches, and then you ship that out into 30 or 40 different products. Now the farmers can sustain themselves, but we're eating a bunch of shit.
It's crazy because if you want to buy something that's just a few simple ingredients, super expensive.
Mm-hmm.
But you want to get some Kraft macaroni and cheese with, 50 ingredients. I don't know how many things, but a lot of ingredients, and it's incredibly cheap. It doesn't even make sense.
It's monetary reasons for the most part, and people think, oh, they're just trying to get us sick, like they want to get all like tin hatty about it, and it's not that. In my opinion, it's not that corporations want you sick; it's that they don't care if you're sick or not.
Right. But then there is a company that's willing to, because anywhere that there is money, people will come grab it. And because nobody cares about, the corporations don't care about us getting sick, then we need like the whole pharmacy, um, doctors, all that. I don't know how much doctors really play into that, but doctors
Don't
aren't
even
educated as they should be.
get
They're
me
educated in
started
the
on
money.
doctors. They're educated, but then once they have their practice, they're basically whores like everybody else.
So
These
doctors are not educated.
pharmacy companies come in and just basically bribe them to, you know, to prescribe this medicine over that. I mean, look at what happened with Oxy. Right? It's exactly what happened with Oxy.
They're not educated in nutrition.
Right, nutrition, which is so important. Like, I have problems with my heart's really, really healthy, but the electrical system's all messed up. So if I don't keep my electrolytes perfect and everything, like, it's rough. So, but they don't recommend magnesium. They don't recommend potassium, which are the two most, like, when I'm like, they want to give me medicine, and I don't like taking medicine.
That's because the
So,
magnesium and potassium guys didn't take them to the strip club last night or to the casino to show them
There's no money in you taking magnesium and potassium for them.
yeah.
right.
It's not just them; it's the way the industry works, and they're putting that they're indoctrinated themselves by the industry they go into.
The doctors aren't even, like you said, nutritional medicine. They doesn't even. I mean, so many of the health issues out there, the chronic diseases, are 100% diet related.
They all are. Like I had a lot wrong with me all my life. I was born with a lot of problems, and I keep saying it on here, but like I've been on carnivore for over 3 years, so like 1,100 and whatever days it is. Um, you guys were talking about seed oils a minute ago. So by the summer of 2023, I started this the day after Thanksgiving 2022. One of the unexpected things that happened for me, besides curing virtually all of my ailments, was that see, I'm very pale skinned most of the time. All my life, I burned every summer. I could never go out in the sun for more than 5-10 minutes, direct sun, without some type of protectant on me, and yeah, I just burned very easy, very bad. So the summer of 23, all of a sudden, I spent all the time in the sun, no burn. Spent an hour, next time, no burn. I got to the point where I'm spending 8 hours a day in the sun, and I never burned one time. And when you look into it, I said when I looked into it, would come to find out, the part of carnivore that did it was not carnivore itself. It was cutting out the seed oils. It's the high omega-6 content you get from them.
Yep.
It makes your skin susceptible to whatever it does to your body. You burn from the sun in a way that will never happen if you don't otherwise. Not saying you cannot burn, but my fair skinned butt, I didn't burn at all.
Yeah, it's like that shit
And
that people used to put on themselves when they went to the beach, or the girls would basically just cover themselves in Crisco to get like dark tans and shit. It's like you're eating it, right? It's from the inside.
It is
and
wild.
I've never burned since. Here we are.
I think.
It's interesting.
Sorry.
Good. I'm done.
I've never
Yeah,
heard anybody point that out. That's interesting. That's specific.
I do think it's like a lot of it too is I can't I want to say it's called confirmation bias, but um there's a lot of studies into like a doctor is much more likely to prescribe something that they themselves take, or it that aligns with the lifestyle they themselves live, right? Because they're based in experience, and so if
Yeah.
their experience is based in this kind of like mainstream thought of
Do you know what the
how
number
we
one killer of cardiologists is? Not to cut you off, it's heart attacks.
Mm.
Most doctors are not too healthy if you look at them.
I'm really strict about that, bro. I'm not going to out of shape doctor. I'm sorry. I've
Hey
switched
man,
doctors
tell me
for
that I'm
that. Yeah, I've switched doctors for that. Like, bro, you're supposed to be my role model of health. I'm supposed to look at you and be like, damn, yeah, tell me what to do because you look great.
Like if you go to a physical therapist and they don't look like they're active at all.
it's like this. People like me that reverse their problems. If they go to a doctor and like they're like, oh my gosh, you reversed everything. How'd you do it? Well, I did this. Stop doing that. That's what they'll do.
Oh, that's
And I mean, I'm
dangerous.
not exaggerating. This happens.
No, I know. I
So
believe it. I
yeah,
believe it. Each his own, man. We're all responsible for our own health. We're all very individual too, right? What's right for one person isn't right for the other. And these doctors are just giving blanket approaches, very financially motivated blanket approaches to everything. It's sort of like somebody that comes in and says, hey, I've got $10,000. What should I put my money into? And everybody's just spitting out ideas. I'm like, yo, nobody's asked a single question. Is that your only $10,000? How long can you wait to get it? How much experience do you have? Have you ever done this before? You know what I mean? Like, there's certain questions that you need to ask before you can really give somebody, especially health advice.
Yep.
But it's just one size fits all for the most part for everybody.
Yeah, I do think like it is getting better. Because I have noticed, but I mean, this might just be an individual experience. I have noticed though that doctors now are a little less direct prescription, and I don't know if that's just people have gotten hip to the fact that they're like, sponsored by these giant pharmaceutical companies, basically, um, or if it's that there is a shift in the understanding overall and the education overall, but I would imagine that's going to take quite some time to manifest, right?
After dealing with recent hospital visits with my mom and my grandma, my advice to everybody is it's not like when we were kids that you go to the doctor and you're like, hey, tell me what's wrong with me. And they're doing all this research. Like, you have to do your research before you get there. You got to do your research. You've got to figure out what the possibilities are, what the options are, especially when it comes to treatment, right? Do research on treatment, do research on new treatments. Be armed when you get to the hospital and talk to the doctor, right, with information, because if not, they're just going to feed you whatever they want to feed you. I've literally, like, my grandmother had this thing where her hands were, you know how old people get, their hands start to shake, right? So I took her to the doctor and they're trying to give me another prescription for her hand shaking. And I was like, well, I've done tons of research, and one of the main signs of somebody being over medicated is shaky hands. So, like, why are we giving her another medication to stop the shaky hands? Can we just look at the medication she's taken already and see if there's any sort of, you know, counter signals or any sort of, you know? And they found out that she was on 2 medications that she didn't need to be taking anymore. They had already upped her medication, but they had left her with the old medication on top of it, when they could have just switched them both into like one pill and then cut out 2 or 3 of her meds. They did that and the shaking stopped. But I guarantee you 90% of the people left, went to the pharmacy, got the shaky hand medication, and slapped another prescription on their grandma. You know what I mean? And okay, now her hand's not shaking, but what's happening in her body? Like, you're dealing with the symptoms, not with the cause. But if they stop the shaky hands, then they can't sell you shaky hand medication for the next 20 years, right?
That's the thing too, right? Is symptomatic medication versus systematic um, treatment, which systematic treatment generally is food, right? It's food, it's exercise, it's these things, and that now that's not a blanket for everything, right? But there are a lot of things that a change in diet, you know, a shift in lifestyle, you know, active choices, and not everybody has that choice, right? You joking end of life, it's or not end of life, but you know, older, right? It is more difficult to change some of those actions, but a lot of that could have been resolved with change in diet earlier, and with this, that, and the other. And like a lot of that's like we have this like Western medicine, the mindset is very much treat the symptoms, not the systems. Um, I think is a bit strange, but
I just want to catch this falling knife. That's what I want. I want to break this falling knife catchers. Sit up in your seats a little bit. We'll finally hit that full measured move from the flag and validate that W. Our bear flag target is 646 from this flag here. Hasn't been invalidated yet. It's a decent little knife catch setup for a short trade. I don't mean a short, I mean like a short term, you know, trade, probably back up to retest. I have my way, come down, rip this, give me a fallen knife catch, take a nice quick trade back into resistance and get out. I think that's a nice trade that you can, or that I can take for dinner. Speaking of fallen knives, I got a little something that the knife catchers in the group might appreciate. How dope is that? I was like, if we don't throw a falling knife somewhere on one of these hoodies, I'm just slipping. That's gonna be a hoodie for the snipers. Excuse me. That's the Chrome Hearts font. The Crypto Cypher Chrome Hearts collab, unofficial, unconsensual. It's an unconsensual Chrome Hearts collab. I just got the store set up. I got to do all the excuse me. I've got to link the supplier, and I have to do some pics so that they're not just like pics of the hoodie. But I'm gonna try to get all of that done this week. Yeah, it could turn into a W if it holds. But so could every one of these, and they haven't so far. So I'm kind of just looking for this to go now. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, the first drop's gonna be on Etsy, but I want to find somewhere else to host the store. Etsy was the fastest one. I don't like the idea of being on Etsy though, because I mean, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but when I hear Etsy, I think like low quality shit, and these shits are definitely not low quality. I'll probably just end up on Shopify. Well, it seems like they take the least amount per transaction, and they don't make you jump through a million hoops to set your store up. That's the one thing I found, because I was looking for speed, and everybody else is like, I want you to do a whole bunch of shit.
Shopify is cool because if you want to take the time to really fine tune it exactly how you want it, you know, your code or whatever, you can do that. But also, you just want to set it and go. It makes it pretty easy to do that as well. So it's versatile, but it's also, it can be simple if you choose to make it simple.
Yeah, I just want it to be a nice storefront. Want it to look nice.
Yeah, well, I mean, that'll probably be the hardest part, you know, is choosing your designs. I know it takes me forever to choose.
Oh, I love that shit.
So if you love it, then you're going to have fun with it.
I'm very like particular. It's OCD. Let's, you
That's
know,
the thing with Shopify.
we tell
Gives you the
ourselves that we're particular, but let's be honest, right? Shit just has to be a certain way, or we start to like tweak out. So
Yeah. It's true. It comes in handy a lot, though.
yeah. But just for the first run, just to get the hoodies out there, I think it'd be a good idea. And then we'll find somewhere. Even if I end up having a host somewhere else. We're getting squeezed between this 50 and this 200. If you want to figure out time-wise, just draw your line for the 200. Draw a line for your fit. Damn, this will slowly go higher. So, worst case scenario, and this is way too long for my liking, but worst case scenario, even if we get the most boring price action possible, where we say between these two EMAs, in 14 hours, they're going to have to make a decision. And that price action would look like this. That's just time based, so it's not a pattern or anything. It's just off the, you know, off the logic that we're trapped between our two EMAs right now. Yeah, they called it moderate pattern based. That's a compulsive disorder. I don't remember what my rate definition was, but I was never on any medication for it. It's just behavioral therapy. I think a lot of people have it, just goes undiagnosed. Like if you were a kid and you spend a lot of time finding shapes in clouds, right? Or the cracks in the walls, you know, were trees or, you know what I mean? Then you got what I got, buddy. Welcome to the X-Men. But that's why 3 peaks in a domed house pattern can pop out of the screen for me. And that's why pattern recognition is I feel comes easier to me than other people. And the only reason I say it is because in trying to teach it, I realize that it's not as obvious as I think it is to everybody. Everybody's got something wrong with them, bro. Quote unquote wrong. But it's just you haven't found the edge that takes advantage of it. Right? Like undiscovered superpowers. Du Tang. What's going on, brother? Yeah, it's like a spectrum, Scoop. Right? People think OCD and they're like, oh, that means you have to walk through the door jamb 15 times or you have to touch the stove. And that's part of it too for some people. But that's not where it shows itself most regularly. Most people, bro. Most people that are very particular. That's what, like I said, it's that word particular, right? That's how we were diagnosed back in the day. You're just very particular about how he keeps his shoes, or he's very particular, very, you know, how he keeps his garage, or how he keeps his tools set up, or. And it's not that everybody wants their shit neat, right? Everybody wants their shit in orderly, but it's how you react to when it's not that makes it obvious, right? Like if you get home and you just cannot sit on the couch until you rearrange the garage because that shit is just off and it's bothering you, like that type of shit. I wish I got the clean part. I didn't get that. I'm kind of messy, yo. I'm not gonna lie. Low key. But I could find patterns in the mess. Be like, those dishes look like they're making a head and shoulders over there. Shit is going down. Yeah? That sounds a little obsessive, James. Or a little compulsive, I should say. I think we all had those little superstitions and shit, right? Like if you're walking with your girl, you can't you can't split a pole, not stepping on cracks. But you know, that's the hate. I used to hate those blocks that the sidewalk cracks weren't far enough for you to take one full step or two full steps. So you had to take that extra long step just not to hit the crack, and now you look like an idiot walking down the block because you're trying to protect your mom's back. Everybody's the same, bro. We all do the same shit.
I used to be afraid that something was going to grab me when I was younger from under the bed. So I would jump all the way from my door, like halfway across the room into my bed and leave. Then I'd be safe.
When I was a kid, I used to flush the toilet every time before I would use it because I was afraid something was to come out of it. I don't know.
Bro, after seeing the way shit is now, right, where there's like LED lighting and underlighting on everything, right? Why did it never occur to our parents to put a light under the bed? Like, that would have probably killed 90% of that childhood shit.
No idea. It's a great question, though.
It's a
It would
simple
start a
light.
fire
Well,
with
yeah,
light bulbs.
that's true. That's true. Back in the day.
Yeah, light bulbs were hot back then.
Honestly, I'm 40, and to this day, I'm still not okay with straight dark. Like, I don't
I'll be
like
right
it
back.
still.
All right, I'm back. All right, now that we've figured out that we're all crazy, where do we go from here? 20 more minutes and I get to eat. I get to eat and I get to smoke.
You have to wait to eat. I get that. Why do you have to wait to smoke?
So I figure if I'm gonna do it, I'll do it right, right? And I actually yesterday spent an abnormal amount of time reading hadiths on marijuana. But apparently anything that you ingest, any material at all, right? Whether it's smoke and smoking is frowned upon, but there's
Oh, you mean for Ramadan?
yeah. There is a hadith that says the necessary permits the forbidden. So if it's medicinal, it's okay, but it should still be done during eating hours, not fasting
I got you.
hours.
It's about denying yourself.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
not just eating. Yeah.
There's something
I guess I'm
about
supposed to be in Lent.
cultural traditions and shit that I find really cool.
I'm supposed to be in Lent anyways, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. There is an equal amount of fasting that should be happening on the Christian side.
I eat once a day anyways, so like,
That's it. Listen, I feel exactly the same
I
way, bro.
fast anyways.
I feel
but
like I'm
I guess
cheating. I don't wake up until 2. It's like,
I don't fast from smoking though. It's because it's a purely physical thing. It's not like a spiritual.
Yeah.
So like, But I'm doing Lent though. Technically, I shouldn't smoke either. You just made me think of something else. I'm sorry.
Nah, you're good. It's cool, man. It's discipline. Right? It's like the same discipline that it takes to make it through these 30 days the way you're supposed to is the same discipline that you can apply to do your trading.
Oh, I haven't been over this. So the whole carnivore thing isn't about carnivore only. It's a discipline thing. And
Mm-hmm.
the discipline carnivore and fasting and cold showers completely revolutionized the way I approach life. It made me a better day trader because it created patience like I've never had before and discipline that I never dreamed I could have. And that's a big mental part of it. It's really the biggest thing if I'm being honest. Like
It's all about removing the option to not do it. It sounds simple, but there's something you have to do in your brain. You have to remove the option to not do it. It's just not even an option. It has to be done. You got to do it. That's it. But we're always like, you know, well, if I do it, maybe I don't have to do it. If I, like you talk yourself out of that shit. You make up excuses.
the less you reward yourself, your brain, the better. I'm not sure what kind of words I'm trying to use right here, but the, the better you are. Trust me. That's the best way I can put it.
Yeah, your body definitely craves like cold exposure and the gym. All of these things that are hard to do in the beginning, like your body craves it once it's used to it. If I don't go to the gym for like 3 or 4 days, I feel like the biggest sack of potatoes, bro.
I think it's a leading cause of depression. That
I used
humans
to hate
don't
my
exercise
morning.
enough. Sorry.
I used to hate my morning push-ups. It was so hard. And then now
Gotta
I
learn to
love
love them.
them because they wake me right up and I'm ready to go. I feel strong.
Absolutely. Good for you. That's awesome.
Thanks.
Yeah, we're working out, you really feel it because it's like you get used to what it feels like when your muscles are tense, right, and flexed. And then being in a state where everything is relaxed and gushy just doesn't feel good. You know what I mean? Like once you're done, you're here. It's like you need that tension again.
Yeah. I've always worked on my posture, but I've really been working on alignment. It's very difficult.
My posture
You have
sucks.
to work on head posture. You have to align your whole like upper body, whole body differently. But
You'll get used to it
it's
though.
getting easier. But now, if I don't hold good posture now, like maybe I forgot somehow I slipped into a bad habit. My body will remind me because I'll start to get sore,
Yep.
and then I just sit up, or correct my posture, and I instantly feel better. But it took a long time to get there.
Ketosis make you a better day trader. I mean, not crashing off of sugar regularly 3 or 4 times a day. It
The
makes you a better day trader. Yeah, I think so.
fact that you have far less brain fog from being ketosis too, not crashing because that means you have sustained energy. That's one of the first things you notice. Like forget carnivore, just ketosis. Like that's yeah.
I don't really do protein shakes like that, Heron. I rather get my protein in food.
Just eat meat.
Yeah, I do shakes. I mean, think of it calorie wise, right? If you're counting calories and you're slamming a protein shake, problem is that doesn't fill you, right? So you feel hungry during the day. Like you could have just had a big steak and then been filled, you know. It depends how long you sustain it for. I mean, some people use ketosis as a healing, right, as a treatment for ailments, not a sustained everyday sort of lifestyle. But some people are constantly in ketosis. Remember, like we said earlier, though, bro, the things are different for different people, right? I've done both. I've been fully vegan and I've been fully carnivore, and I can tell you, for me personally, I operate at a higher level on protein.
The problem with fully vegan that you can't argue with carnivore is carnivore, you do not require any supplements. There's no way you can be a vegan without not having to take supplements. You have to. You cannot get B vitamins without meat. It is what it is. Any diet you have to take supplements for, it's flawed.
That
It's
shit
not
was
there.
expensive as hell too, bro. Expensive and inconvenient.
Any diet that causes gas constantly means you're eating something that shouldn't be in your stomach. As a carnivore, I don't get gas. Guess what? I don't fart.
Well, you do, but it's much more rare.
How clean are you?
I've caught myself saying, "Why did I just burp?" Because like you just don't usually.
Like you, I mean, maybe I fart in my sleep, but hey, I don't, it doesn't happen when I'm awake. Like, unless I mess up and I put something in my body I shouldn't have, it doesn't happen.
Yeah, that's a good indication too of something. If you somehow ingested something that isn't what it said it is, like maybe.
I mean, our stomachs have the pH level of a vulture. Like,
Hold on a second. There's a rabbit hole forming here that I need to understand. What are you talking about, High Def? That are the aliens really skinny when you see them? What are they eating? Use your logic.
they look vegan.
That they eat people.
Maybe they're eating vegans.
It makes sense. I mean, the grocery stores always like advertise that their meat is vegan fed. That always
Right,
tells me
yeah,
why does it
vegan,
matter if your meat
right.
is vegetarian fed? I prefer my not
Well,
being, honestly.
I don't want to eat animals that eat other animals. I want to eat animals that eat plants. I'm not trying to eat other carnivores. You know, I'm not trying to eat wolves. So
Chickens, it doesn't have to be like they sometimes eat other
oh
chickens,
yeah,
but
the
dogs
chicken.
and
That's
stuff,
right.
and it's healthier to have a carnivore chicken, or not a carnivore, an
I didn't
omnivore
even,
chicken than a
Cannibal chicken is what it would be.
I didn't even
well,
think
yeah,
about
but
chicken. I don't even eat chicken.
ideally you don't let them get in the conditions where they would do that, but it
Didn't
does
even.
happen.
When we were talking about meat, chicken didn't even register me. Like I just didn't even think about it.
What's the
You don't eat any fish either?
Now I eat fish or chicken, or I just eat beef. I eat eggs, but I don't eat chicken itself.
what are like the suggested ways to deal with ketosis and converting or when switching your diet?
Take it slow. Make sure that you get a quality electrolyte drink, not like Gatorade brand, but like I use Body Armor
Device.
for my heart palpitations, and it works. It is great. But
Oh, I
that will
love body armor.
a lot of your symptoms would be from your body flushes a lot of water when you're at first switching from carbs, because carbs retain water,
Yep.
and in the process you lose electrolytes, and that was what causes many of the what they call keto flu symptoms, where you get tired, run down, muscle aches, all that. It helps a lot.
The truth is that the body is not supposed to hold on to electrolytes like that. You're supposed to flush them.
Well,
And
yeah, but when you're
yeah,
first starting, your body,
yeah,
it
yeah,
does
yeah. What I'm
balance.
trying to tell them is that it's normal.
Yeah, yeah, it is. But I mean, he was asking what would help, and
Yeah,
then
yeah, yeah.
taking it slow. Don't start all in one day. I mean, that some people, that's the only way they can do it, and you just rip the Band-Aid off, and then you're gonna not feel great for a couple weeks. But
I would
also,
mix magnesium, potassium, and sodium together and water and drink it. That's what I would do. Plus, if you work out a lot, then you probably still want to take it anyways because you're gonna flush it out.
Herbalic said you guys better not be fat with all this diet talk.
Nah, man, I'm like under 130 pounds.
I mean, I could tell you what changed it for me. Because like I said, I've been full carnivore, I've been full vegan. What changed it for me initially, what the biggest health benefit just came from not eating anything that was white. Like that's just
I was
the
about to
the
say,
very easy, simple way to do it from the very beginning. If you haven't ever been on, like, haven't ever really started watching what you eat, just base it on color to begin with. Anything white, don't eat it. White bread, white rice if you can avoid. Get a darker rice if you can, you know. And then we'll start talking about cutting out the carbs once you cut out all the sugar and all the enriched flour and all the bleached shit.
I was actually
Milk.
gonna say one of the benefits of veganism that it's flawed, but when you first go, like when you start doing it, you do get healthier because you cut out the processed foods.
Any diet that you switch to from a Western diet, you're gonna see improvement.
1000%.
But yeah, just cut out all the white shit. No additional sugar, no additional salt. If you have to use salt, just make sure it's not white. Pink Himalayan salt or something. Still not the absolute best, but it's way better than how you're living right now, and your body's gonna feel it. And it's something that you can sustain, which is what's more important, right? Like you gotta be able to continue eating that way.
There are some clean salt brands. You can get Redmond Real Salt, which they use an underground mine to get it. It's free from pollution.
Yeah, and if you're on carnivore, you need extra salt.
Yeah, I probably have like, I don't know, 4 grams a day maybe.
H said all the good stuff is white. But there's alternatives, right? You don't have to completely cut it out, but just replacing it with a slightly healthier alternative will make a big difference to begin with.
Also good.
And then when you see the health improvement, then you're going to be hooked. Then you're going to be like, okay, what can I, you know, how can I feel even better than this?
Yeah, I got my first climbing gig coming up, so I'm probably gonna wait till after that to try to do anything. Try to make any big changes, but I do want to at least try it for the discipline, if nothing else.
Oh, I do supplement iodine, but that's not to do with carnivore, keto, or anything. I just think everybody needs it. Like you, the next person next to you, everyone's deficient of it.
Yeah, that's why it's in the salt. But people don't use it.
I'd say will probably scare the world out of people because of the way it's demonized. But I take if it's 2% J Crow's liquid iodine, I'll take 10 drops of that. If it's 5%, I'll take 4 every day.
Iodized salt is very bad for you. It has like more ingredients.
It's white.
Yeah, I've never had it.
Sugar in it.
It has dextrose. Yeah, it actually has to have it to get it to work.
Iodine.
Yeah.
But and also it's highly it's purified or bleached or whatever they use chemicals, and just like seed oils, they don't have to say the chemicals that they use and the ingredients because they just consider that not important because it's not part of the food process, but it's there. And the same with seed oils, they use all these chemicals, really bad ones, to purify it and to make it not smell, and they don't have to claim any of that stuff in it. So
yeah, Julie, I agree. Most people are just peeing away hundreds of dollars worth of vitamins and supplements every month. You don't know what you're doing, and you're just buying a bunch of shit. You're peeing most of that stuff out.
that glycine works though.
The glycine is the shit. I can't every day, like at least 15 grams.
I'm up to like 10. I have gained 3 pounds since I started taking it, and my clothes are fitting a little looser. Because it must be the muscle. Like I know it helps with muscle repair.
Mm-hmm.
Do you do creatine?
Yes.
Yep.
Good. It has a lot of uses, not just muscles.
Yes. I take it mostly for brain health.
Yeah, cognitive. Mm-hmm.
But I also appreciate the benefits to the body too.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I think the point of all this, to bring it back to crypto, is that we got to be here to spend it, right? You know, spend all this time trying to make it, and then spend the last 30 years of your life stuck in a bed is not how we want to run this game. Right?
Plus,
So
if you're feeling bad, if you're sick, sore, whatever, you're not going to be as good of a trader because your mind's not going to be all on your trade.
I recommend all traders. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I was fine.
I was going to say for all traders, try to have maybe a walking treadmill in your office and maybe a pair of dumbbells. Don't have to be heavy. Just something to work where you sit. And yeah,
And if you don't have that, you can always do like push-ups are great because
Or
they're
just
free.
get
yeah,
your
that too.
ass up out of the chair. First of all, I'd be happy if I can get half of y'all to just stand up.
I did say get a walking treadmill.
Yeah. Yeah, just stand up, even if you're not gonna do anything. Stand up and stretch, man.
Yeah, I will say that when I was on vacation and I was walking every day, and like just my ability to focus on charts was avidly different. And I was on vacation, so like very much distracted and still was able to focus better, I think.
That's the same person, H.
Last year at a point, I was so obsessed with walking in here that I was walking like 10 miles a day on that thing. Sometimes over that. It was ridiculous.
Mm-mm. Four minutes. I can eat. Let's see. Do a quick vibe check real quick here. Cypherbot's funny, bro. With his post iftar report.
Speaking of steak, by the way, I'm putting onion on the grill right now.
It says we're currently the post iftar report, right? Or post breakfast report. It says you are either currently breaking your fast or in physical recovery mode. This is often when the New York session this is often when the New York post session wraps and price moves into late night liquidity. The play. If major move happens while you were breaking your fast, let it go. The market is a constant stream. It provides every day. Don't chase high volatility candles when your body is focused on digestion and rest. The same patience you're using to navigate these daylight hours without food or water is exactly the muscle you need to avoid FOMO in a choppy market. If the charts are looking sideways, don't force a trade just to feel active. Use that discipline to protect your capital. Heard you, Cypherbot. Chips and curry. Wait, what is a jam roll poly with custard? I gotta Google that because that just sounds good. Nice, H. Good. I hope it makes it a little easier in the next 3 weeks when things start to get harder. All right, let's get a full report from CypherBot for YouTube. All right. Top story, the 60K line in the sand. Bitcoin is currently fighting a localized battle for survival above 60K psychological and technical floor. After a cooling period from October 2025 highs at 126, the market's in a deep consolidation phase. We're seeing a tug of war between defensive perpetual positioning and institutional outflows. Bearing greed's at 11. This is a deep value zone historically, though the momentum remains heavy. Our upper CME gap, lower CME gap, none immediate, but 60K wick has but the 60K wick has cleared most local liquidity. 133 million net outflows for Bitcoin today. Fading institutional interest in ETH, SOL, and XRP. Weekly outflows for ETH, 68 mil. 336 mil in total liquidations, heavily skewed towards the longs. Whale move. Short-term holders moved nearly 60,000 BTC to exchanges this week, adding massive overhead pressure. We're witnessing a classic wave B trap, which is a type 2 basically it's waiting for type 2, right? That doesn't come in flushes. Technically, Bitcoin is stabilizing after a bearish wedge formation that started late 2024. While we see rejection in prices below 60, the lack of ETF buy-in pressure means that any relief rally towards 84 or 90 should be viewed with extreme caution. This is a prove it market for the bulls. How many times have I told you the market has to prove it? Gotta make the market prove it. RSI reset. Daily RSI is at 36, bouncing from oversold levels. This suggests a relief rally is mathematically due, but the trend remains bearish. Right? Exactly what we're looking at. We know the upside's there, should be there, setup is there, but the trend's bearish and there's no volume. Institutional fatigue. 4 consecutive weeks of ETF outflow signals that new money from early 2025 is currently underwater and hesitant. We know that already. Anybody that came in during this year is underwater and hoping for a relief rally to get out. Liquidity hunt. This is where I found interesting because I was thinking the same thing earlier when I was looking at the chart. If we were to sweep that 60, expect a sweep to 59 before a sustained move back to 75. 4-year cycle update. We're in a post-peak correction phase of the traditional 4-year cycle. Historically, we're 130 days removed from the cycle peak. This aligns with the mid-curve slump, right? This is what we were looking at on our Bitcoin chart, that slow sideways sort of grind out. What comes next? We're entering the defensive accumulation year. The structural end of this bear cycle and the ultimate floor is projected for October 6, 2026. I had to teach this to, this is my projection, by the way, and he was very difficult student. Between now and then, expect chop consolidation, right? Consolidation with heavy chop, with the final capitulation event likely in Q2, early Q3 2026, before the 2028 narrative, halving narrative begins to price in. This is when I expect one of these Bitcoin treasury companies to unwind. Right, not sure who it's going to be yet, but I think one of them are going to catch a bad one. So the strategic report. The hurdle for this relief rally is to reclaim 75. Right, 74 is more like it, but I'll give it to him, 75. Until then, we remain in a defensive posture, eyeing the 2026 terminal date for the next major cycle expansion. Good job, CypherBot. I don't disagree with any of that. And that was today's daily report from your neighborhood friendly CypherBot. Which, by the way, you can get at any time if you go into CypherBot and just ask him for an update. Right? If you wait 15 minutes and anything has changed, you know, or you walk away from your computer and you come back and you're not sure what you've missed, you can ask it for an update and it'll give you that structural update that I just read out right now. If you ask it for a sentiment analysis, right? I tried to bake in our own fear and greed, right? That digs a little deeper than fear and greed itself. But if you ask it like, what's the vibe for today? Or what's the vibe check? Or what's the sentiment? Or give me fear and greed. It has a whole nother setup that it runs for you. Right? It gives you the FUD to euphoria meter. It's at 11. And then it'll give you a small narrative on current sentiment. Right? The market's currently gasping for air. Unlike FTX or the Terra Luna collapse of years past, this isn't an internal crypto failure. It's a macroeconomic grind. Retail exodus. Google searches for Bitcoin going to zero have hit a value of 100. That's not good. Surpassing the 2022 bear market lows, retail traders are fleeing as geopolitical tensions, specifically Europe tensions over Greenland or hawkish Federal Reserve under Kevin Warsh, create a liquidity desert. 66 pivot. Analysts are hyper-focused on 66K spot level. We're seeing massive divergence where retail is panic selling, but institutional short-term holder signals are the most oversold they've been in 8 years. The digital gold identity crisis. Bitcoin is struggling to decide if it's a risk-on tech asset or a safe haven. While gold is diverging and holding strength, Bitcoin is currently being dragged down by the higher for longer interest rate narrative. We're still in structural stress test. The sentiment is objectively miserable, which historically is exactly where the smart money begins to build a floor for the next leg of the 4-year cycle. That's funny. And a little note for everybody doing Ramadan: don't let the noise of extreme fear break your saber, or your what would be the English word for that? Discipline or patience. Discipline or patience. Somebody help me out there. The market is doing exactly what it needs to shake out weak conviction before the next expansion. I agree. And then for those that are fasting, you can tell Cypher by Happy Ramadan, and you'll get another layout. Right. Post iftar, we're currently in physical recovery mode. This is the time when the body's digesting and the mind can get a bit sluggish. Be wary of revenge trading. New York closed. The market has massive move. You were at prayer, breaking your fast, let it go. That's what I just read earlier. Markets are volatile, but your discipline is constant. Use this month to step back from the 1-minute charts. 4-hour trend isn't clear. There's no trade. Protect your capital with the same resolve that you protect your fast. Stay strong and disciplined. The markets are temporary, but your growth this month is permanent. We'll check the charts again when your mind is fresh. Very cool. It is patience, right? Okay. We're so many layers deep at this point. And I was about to go even deeper and go check on the yen and the euro, but I do need to eat some food. But just to break it down simply, right? The yen and euro go up, then Bitcoin goes down. I mean, then Dixie goes down. Yen, euro, Aussie dollar go down. Dixie go up. Dixie go up, risk assets go up. If risk assets go up, Oracle goes up. If Oracle goes up, Nvidia goes up. If Nvidia goes up, S&P goes up. If S&P goes up, Bitcoin goes up. If Bitcoin goes up, your alts might go up. So boiling it down to first principles, you just got to watch the Dixie for a while. Does that make sense? And I'm not talking about all of that depends on if Bitcoin goes up right here. I mean, a sustained move, you know, that higher move that we're looking for. The volatility can take us anywhere between 70 and 60 right now. Between 70 and 64, you could easily move just off volatile liquidity hunting. That's the big if, sir. That's what I'm saying. If the Dixie goes down, then yes. Dixie goes up, then probably not. I hate to be so like simplistic about it, but if you want me to boil it down to one thing, the money's leaving, right? So if the money's leaving, then the only way to get things to be valued more is if the value of the money that they're valued in goes down. Right? It has the same effect as new money coming in. If that makes any sense. I mean, what it's setting up for is one hell of a trap long, trap short situation, in my opinion, if it goes with this amount of volume. You know, what I would really like to see coming in, because, you know, Thursday's done right about this time. So what I would really like to see is sweep, fallen knife catch, trap shorts, sweep, trap longs, weekend trap, clean sweep. This doesn't even have to come up this high. Could just come up to like psychological high. The DXY is basically our dollar, right? It's the strength of our dollar against 5 other currencies. The yen, the euro, the Aussies, right? So since it's the value of our dollar against theirs, if the yen goes up, right, if all of them go up, then the dollar goes down. But everything we have is based on the price of the dollar, right? So when the dollar goes down, the prices of all the assets that we have go up in value. So it's just basically it's basically like the dollar dominance against 5 other currencies. And then Oracle not only has a big, there's just so much like intermingling between these companies. But Oracle is basically, to cut it easy, is Nvidia's largest customer, right? And Nvidia is the company that's holding up 90% of the stock market right now. So if Nvidia's largest customer breaks support and can't continue to buy chips, which is what's going to happen, right? They already announced that they'd have to cancel orders and start to reduce orders or reduce new orders underneath that level, right? If Oracle breaks that level, then they cancel the Nvidia chip orders. If they cancel the chip orders, then Nvidia misses earnings. If Nvidia misses earnings, then the market's going to roll over. The market rolls over, then Bitcoin is affected. Let's do like one of these, and then one of these, and then sweep, and then trap shorts, and then pop, 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 trap longs, and then come down and close CME somewhere probably inside this same range that we're in. That's what I would like to see. That's my magic wand TA for the day. Again, complete nonsense. It doesn't have to do that. It's just looking at path of least resistance. If I was market maker, when I do these like magic wand TAs, this is me. Like if I was market maker and I was in control of the sticks, where would I move the market? I mean, energy is going to be huge. Even worse than that, it's these massive data centers that Oracle's opening up, and they've got nobody inside of them, bro. This whole AI revolution where there's going to be all these companies and they're going to need these massive data centers. And, you know, it's like build it and they will come, but they never came. And now you're looking at a possible recession before they ever show up. And now you got these massive warehouses built out. You know what I mean? Like their overhead is crazy. They're up to the limit of what they can. They're up to the limit of what they can borrow, and they can't sell any share price. They can't sell any shares because everything's going down. But energy is going to be huge. Now they're talking about having nuclear reactors attached to some of these data centers. You know what I mean? Like that's crazy, and that's part of the drill baby drill thing, right? That's why they're so adamant, because they understand that the energy demands are going to be crazy, and just the hypocrisy of it, though, right? Like, weren't they just trying to kill Bitcoin because it's so energy intensive, and all these mining places are soaking up all the energy, and now you guys are like, now you guys need to tap into volcanoes and shit. Let's see how it is.
They're trying to build a data. They're trying to build a data center near where I'm from, and anyway, it's a whole big thing now. Like with the whole city and blah 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 and blah blah blah, and it's happening a lot around us.
You know what the problem is? That these data centers take up massive amount, not only the energy cost, right? Because that the energy drain on surrounding areas is going to be crazy, but
Right.
it's the land, right? Because you're taking massive land, which another corporation could have opened the factory there or something, and then you've got 7 people working there. Right? This isn't a warehouse full of 7,000 employees who are now feeding their families, and like this is 4 guys watching a row. That's one of my favorite conspiracies lately, is that the grand ballroom that Trump is building is really a cover up for what's going to house the AI brain for the government underground, massive data center underground. I'm not about to open that rabbit hole with y'all, but I'll point you in the right direction. Since it's a public job, they have listed everything that's been donated to the job, whether it's equipment, whether it's, you know, just take a look at that list and tell me, one, what's there and what's missing. And I think you'll see it. Even the people building it. Which is cool. I'm not trying to snitch. I think if we do have a massive data center that's for the government, for government-based AI, you probably don't want to tell the world where it is. So I'm not trying to snitch on my own government, but I just have a really good bullshit meter.
They're definitely not putting it on the moon because we can't even go there. I feel like market makers trying to entice us right now to go up.
The setup is up here. The volume is the problem.
True.
The setup is there, the gas is there, the magnets are above, but there's no volume. And the sentiment is negative, which means that the volume that we do have is more likely to sell than buy. I think that's the problem with having having private companies do that type of shit, like wind farms and solar farms. Like, in my opinion, you can't operate that type of thing for profit. And governments are the only ones that ever do things. Well, even though they don't even do it, but you're not going to get private company to take a L on a big infrastructure project like that. There's some things that only the government can do. If you're lucky.
Unless you're in the government and own the private company, which is the case in the state of Georgia. The lieutenant or whatever over Department of Transportation had stuff rezoned, renamed, all this different stuff from where I'm from, kind of thing. And then yeah, now he's trying to run for governor and put data centers on land that they bought and then rezoned using his political power.
That means he's got a fat check waiting for him from the AI lobby if he gets. And that's exactly what'll happen, bro. They'll put people in place. Oh, we can't have data centers here? Cool, wait till the next election. We'll put our money behind somebody that's going to give us what we want.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so sad. The guy I'm talking about, whenever I was a kid, because they're from where I'm from. I mean, I used to sit like I used to sit right across from him in church. I mean, we went to a good sized church, but I mean, we sat right beside each other, like same pews basically. And so one day his dad goes and sells they take it out. They take a boat out to the lake. His dad's going to sell the boat. So the guy he's selling it to, they test drive it or whatever, come back, and they like agree to a price, shake hands and everything. And then the dude's like, "Hey, I need the trailer so I can take the boat home." And then the dude is like, the people that own all this stuff in the state of Georgia and are just, anyway. He's like, "Oh, I didn't sell you the trailer. I only sold you the boat."
Well, damn.
Yeah, no, that happened, and you know, I heard that from the horse's mouth.
All right, hold up. Let me just drop my boat on my front yard for me. I'll get you that trailer. What the hell? All right, guys,
Yeah.
time to eat. I am gonna go Feed the body, and then I'll be back. Same shit. Nothing's changed, though. Right? If we can get above, actually, let's go to back to the 15 minutes so we can watch that same fight we were looking at. 200 EMA 50. Right? If we can get above that 200 EMA, then the top of this flag will be our next stop before the 800. Psychological low, psychological high. Those are our targets. Take everything off the screen. Right? 200, 800, psych low, psych high. Enough gas to get there. Need the volume. Volume divergent right now. Price is going up, volume's going down. Until that changes, we'll continue to go sideways or worse. If we can pop, then that's what we're looking for. Copy. Everybody get that?
Good for.
Right. I'm about to go unleash my inner fat boy. I'll be back.
Hey, big buys, large fries. Yo, Bears, you better go back into hibernation, cuz. This was actually my first target to take profit right there at 67.2. But I didn't get greedy this morning when it hit 67.17. So then I bought some a little bit lower. But it does worry me a little bit that this was my first target. What you gonna do, Biddy? If there's blood in the street, then the bull sees red. You know what time it is. 7:18 p.m. Eastern Standard. We got some big old bears trying to keep the bull in the pen. Whoa. They trying to keep the bulls down. Hey, if you're not having fun right now, I don't know what you're doing, because this is when the charge fun right here. What you gonna do, Viddy? Oh, bitty. 683 on the green. Oh, big sus. Hey, anybody else smell that? That bear meat? Ow. feel like this would be a good opportunity to trap even more shorts, honestly. Because apparently the bear's like getting cooked. I mean, seriously, you're short when it's at 130. Okay, I get it. But here we are. 67? What are you doing? You know. Have the Bears had enough? That's the question. This is just the beginning. Oh, it can't go any higher. Nah, surely. Surely it can't go any higher than 67.3. You know? What are you doing, Bears? I mean, what are you doing, Bears? I'm talking to you, Bears. What are you doing? Does anyone feel that? That fear? Oh, yeah. You know what that means.
I love that you're hyped about it, brother.
Hey, you know why I'm hyped about it? Because I ain't never scared. That's what it means. That's what I ain't never scared. No fear. That's what it means. Cause you like that. You gotta like the fear. Oh yeah.
That's that good energy, my dude.
Hey, bro, cause fear means one thing in this game, cuz. Fear mean one thing in this game, cuz. And you know what happens? People buy at higher prices. Yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
I got butterflies in my tummy too. But that's just cuz.
Yeah, bro. I just want you to know that, like, I hear you every once in a while just drop in and say your thing, man. And I respect it. That's tough.
Sometimes you gotta let them know. Cuz. They didn't think I could do it. They didn't think I could do it.
You
Bro,
gotta
I've
show
been catching bottoms every day for like a month straight. That's what we do. Sorry,
yeah,
go
bro.
ahead.
Are you good, man? I was just showing some love for the one of the ones that's always here, man. Just creeping in the background, ready to strike.
Bruh, you know, people got their Discord on, right? You know, they got it turned on, but they ain't in front of it. Yo, it's my fourth screen, cuz. I'm about that life. I'm at bed at 4. I'm at work at 8:30. Cause I'm about that life. I've seen this. I prepared for this. I was built for this. I'm here for this. Gee. If you didn't know me, you'd think I was drunk, but I'm not. Unless bear blood can get you drunk.
You
Hey,
a
there's a
bear?
reason that there's a reason there's a bull in the streets. In Wall Street, cuz there's a reason there's a bull in the streets. Cuz when there's blood in the streets, the bulls see red, cuz. And I see red. I'm scared. Bitcoin's at 67,000. I mean, what if it goes down to like 60 or like 50? Eh, well, what if you miss the pump to a million gazillion? Yeah, what about them numbers? How you like them Bitcoins now? That's what I thought. Oh, yeah. I appreciate the respect, though, brother.
Yeah, for sure, bro.
No, dude, it's always good to hear like the same people on here, though, like because then you kind of like most of the time I don't even know like who it is talking. Um, well, I say most of the time. Most of the time because like unless I know, then I don't know, kind of thing. Or either I get the names confused or they sound the same. Anyway, um, but you know, it's nice to feel like people who have been doing it are still doing it, like they haven't given up. Cause you know, I'm an animal, dog. I'm an animal. All right. First off, but second off, I don't know how people stick around and do it. You got to be a dog. I really mean that, dude. You want to dude, this thing that we are doing is for the toughest human beings on the face of the planet. And that's hashtag facts. And if you don't believe that, then you don't even know, cuz trust me, though. I done it all. Climbed Mount Everest. I've never climbed Mount Everest, but I mean, who cares? I've done crypto. Crypto don't sleep. Sometimes Mount Everest the weather ain't even bad. What's so hard about that, right? But crypto, shit, it's always tough out here in the streets, cuz. Sorry, that was me laughing at myself.
Nah, bro, I'm honored to be one of the voices in your head. Someone got to keep Crazy Train crazy, right?
Hey, keep the train on the tracks, cuz. Keep the train on the tracks.
Is there?
Man, yesterday on the channel, I heard, you know what I heard? I heard people talking. But you know what I heard? I heard fear. I heard people trading on tilt. I knew that there was bear meat out there ready to be eaten, cuz. And then after that, it was like 30 minutes of dead silence. I was sharpening my hooves. Because this bull was getting ready to run. Dang it, dude. I don't know where this stuff comes from.
Hey, bro, so I'm a Taurus, right? So that makes me a permabore, yeah? Like, I don't get a
I,
choice.
I was never good at geography, honestly.
Me either.
Oh, China's here. What up, China? What you gonna do today, cuz? I've also figured out that basically trading between about, well, I don't know. I'm starting to get better at the like, I guess, time blocks. So like understanding kind of like the let's just say the 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. At least Eastern Standard Time block, and then kind of like the 8 a.m. to like 9, then like the 9 to 11 or whatever, and then um like that 5 p.m. and really even that 4 p.m. And then Yeah, all the just like the different like time blocks, understanding like I eventually had to realize that my bad trades were all happening at like the same exact time, and it was like, and it all, and not only are my bad trades happening at that same exact time, but it's like the next day or within like 12 hours, it retraces to that level anyway. So it was like there's no rush. And then eventually just accepting that and freaking quit thinking that it's gonna leave me behind. Oh my God. Just getting out. And then while there's fear in the streets, this morning, everybody's like, oh, lower low. And I'm sitting there, I'm saying, blood in the streets, blood in the streets. Your boy got to eat. Yeah, so I was buying while they was crying, and I was calling it in. I was even in the chat. I was in the chat at 9 o'clock this morning. Here we are, 8:35, 12 hours later. I'm still in front of the charts doing the same things. No, man.
I'd say the early bird gets the worm, but that early late bird that's still awake when it shouldn't be awake sometimes also gets the worm.
Yeah, and we might be back coming up to that time too, because it looked like we might be going up here. Bruh. Yeah. All right. Dude, man, dude. Oh, I used to get wrecked, bro. I mean, I still get wrecked. I ain't gonna front. But dog, I used to like now it's like I used to get wrecked on this. I get used to get wrecked. This exact thing that's going on right here, right now. This thing used to wreck me. God, it wrecked me. Everything wrecked me. It's like I had seen everything, I had done everything, I knew what was going to happen, and I still got wrecked. But then I learned how to only take a fender bender. It's like my my ride ain't total. It's just got a little dent in the bumper. That ain't nothing. I don't look. I'm gonna get my insurance money for it. I ain't even gonna fix it. I'm gonna throw it all on crypto. Sheesh. Yeah.
Yeah, one of them Bitcoin rubber mats that goes on the back of your car, huh?
Shit. I'm gonna say please donate to my crypto address. Not really. Maybe. We'll see. You know, the funding rate is higher than I would expect it to be. But let me see here. It was about a week or two ago where the chart was doing the opposite of what the funding rate was doing. And most of the time the funding, like if you understand the funding rate on a specific coin and you trade it a lot, like you really understand it, from my experience, it'll help you understand a lot. It'll really keep you safe. Um, but let's see. That was change. Man, I don't know. It could have been 4 days ago. It could have been 2 weeks ago. Because crypto don't sleep. Neither do I. Hashtag facts. But the funding rate was like extremely negative. Prices pushing down. Everything, nothing about it like felt right. And I'm not just referring to Bitcoin. I'm referring to a lot of different things. Um, and I thought, man, I'm gonna remember this level because we gonna come back and get this. because I know these jokers are sitting pretty up here and they want this. They want this. And so it's just a matter of time when we're gonna go get that. And we might not be getting it now, but we gonna go get it at some point. That's what I'm saying. We gonna go get that. Gator gotta get that guy. We got to. They like to fake things out in these moments too. And it's doing one of those fake outs that it likes to do. Whereas the stochastic R, so I ain't looking so hot, but it's just like psychos. People be trading on yeah. Anybody out there remember Harambe, Hammurabi, or whatever, the gorilla? R.I.P. He didn't deserve what he got, but he got. You know, he didn't deserve it. It's like us in crypto sometimes. And all I know is those bears up there, they're hot. They think they're in hibernation. Oh no. Hey, hope you set an alarm clock because yeah, we're knocking down the door. Who let the bulls out? Anybody see what I see?
I'll make.
Who goes there?
It is so. It is Sir Ryzen.
Good day, Sir Ryzen.
Good day, train.
Or good night, or good evening. Good morning. Did I miss any of them?
No.
That's what I'm talking about. Knock that out of the park. Sir Ryzen, how you doing? What are you trading, Sir Ryzen? Sir Ryzen.
I'm not trading anything. Not at the moment. Not at the moment. Sitting on a little Bitcoin, but just waiting for the bear to be over.
Congratulations. Today is your lucky day.
Oh, we got
Yes,
a bull.
the Bulls are back in town, baby. The Bulls are
Uh-oh.
back in town.
I've been saying, where the Bulls at? I've been saying that for the longest time.
Dude, the Bulls are here, dude. I've been saying that too. Nice.
You trading anything?
Dude. I mean, is the blockchain still working?
Okay.
I got a little of this, a little of that. Actually, I'm not really in much, and I have a weird lineup right now. It's a weird lineup.
Hit me.
Bitcoin, obviously. Jasmine, which these are just essentially positions that I was in. Okay. This is why it's a weird lineup, just to be fair. These are I'll go and like buy like $50 worth of a coin on like 10x. So I'll put $5 10x on like random coins. And then I'll put stops, and then because it's kind of like that's what looks good to me at the time. So it's just a way of me kind of keeping track of it. So if something gets stopped out or whatever, if I get back to it, cool, whatever. But if it doesn't get stopped out, then it just kind of feels like strength somewhat.
Right.
Or either it's just such a low dollar position that it's like, all right, well, let me add another $5 here right at my liquidation level, and then I'll kind of like write it down like that.
I see.
But now you if you the rule is though is that like you can't be like, oh, it's gonna turn around here. I'm gonna get this great. I got this now that I'm paying attention to the chart. I'm gonna throw all this other money at it or blah blah blah, and then it doesn't go your way, and then you're upside down, you're underwater, and then you're adding to the position. It's just so it's like literally just like plus we're like at the bottom here. I should probably take a look at Doge too. But anyway, so Bitcoin Jasmine, XLM. I'm always trading XLM. I actually really like XLM right now. Gotta be honest with you. Just because there's a lot of liquidity above us.
So you're like a bull.
Oh, dude, yeah, dude. No,
You're the
fooling.
king bull.
Oh yeah. I always see blood in the streets, dude. And then SKR, and then which these are small positions. But and then this other coin, I don't even really know what it is. I just kind of was like, kind of feels like there's probably some money behind this. They're probably not going to let it slip too far because they don't want to lose sentiment. So they're probably going to hold it. So this coin INX.
Haven't heard of that one.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a small position. It's like it's 1.25 cents. And I got.
I mean, you're not too spread out. I mean, you have a few positions, but definitely not like a
Yeah, no, but well, yeah. Normally, I'm never in positions like I'm in currently, to be honest with you. Like just these random coins. It's kind of funny to see these fall out. And then actually, that kind of goes to my point about why they did fall out is because I was thinking that INX had some money kind of behind it, so it kind of felt like it would hold support without getting rug pulled. And it had come on some exchanges, so it just kind of feels. I literally have $12.50 at 10x. And I'll just kind of like let it ride if it actually wants to make like a push, just because there's some people behind it. But if not, I don't really care. But if it hits, then I mean,
Then it hits. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've pretty much given up on alts for the most part.
I mean, dude, look at dominance, dude. We're at 58 point. Come on, man. What are you doing? What are you doing? XLM, just because I trade it all the time. Yeah, well, who am I kidding? I don't trade it. I just buy it. Oh yeah. Wait, hey, one day, hey, when XLM goes up, it does those numbers that it's gonna do. Just wait. When it does that thing, everybody will know Crazy Train. He's gonna be Crazy Yacht Boy or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah. I
Hey,
might
maybe
own
you
my.
can just buy a whole train.
That's what I was gonna say. Maybe I'll just own my own rail line. But dude, it's been acting different with dominance here lately. It's been acting sus with dominance. Sus. Like it it just moves with Bitcoin. It's just been moving with Bitcoin basically. And then whenever it doesn't, it's kind of showing you those signs and it's kind of telling you, it's like, all right, either we're going to hold support, and since Bitcoin push, we're going to blow this top, or either we're not going to hold support or we're going to play some nasty games out here. But dude, those are my favorite ones.
Yeah, I'm waiting for end of the year pretty much. Just
End of the
stacking
year, bro.
cash.
It's the beginning of the year. What are you waiting for? Hey, I'm gonna wait till January 1st, 2027 to set some New Year's resolutions. Come on, man, get in the game. Look, crypto don't sleep, dude. Neither do I. Where you at? Where the Bulls at? I thought you let the
Thinking,
Bulls out.
yeah, no, I'm asking where the
You're
Bulls are
fronting.
at.
Oh, now they're my Bulls.
Where the
I thought
Bulls?
they were your Bulls, my Bulls. I thought we were both Bulls. Now, you know, you're kind of a little
No,
questionable.
I'm not bull. I'm not a bull. Not right now. Not right now.
Sir Lizen. Oh,
Sir Lizen.
nice, clever. I can't help it. Oh, dude. I can't help it whenever I get excited like this. It's like
Nah, I
Dbloc,
get it, man.
he said a couple times, he'd be like, come on, Biddy, I know what you're gonna do. Well, he don't say it like this, but if it's like, come on, Biddy, I know what you're gonna do. You know what you're gonna do. Just go ahead and do it already, man. Hey, everybody like, what are you talking about, man? The price ain't gonna go up. Hey, what are you talking about, man? Go back to bed. Hey, get back in your cave and hibernate, bear. Trust me, you're gonna want to stay out of the way.
I'm hibernating. I'm hibernating.
Well, I mean, yeah, what do I know? I always think that way, except for except the last two ones I've been right. So I mean, 3 for 3. Let's go. Rock. Oh yeah, dude. I mean, look, dude. Somebody tell me that ain't a bull flag. Look, me. That's me. I'm waving the bull flag on the chart, dude. You can see it, dude. You can see it, dude. The pole is the 2 green vectors, dude.
Oh,
That's
that was
me, dude.
you.
Yes, dude. I'm waving the flag. I'm saying, bulls, come join this party. Come join this party. Are you joining the party or not? I like the party.
Hey, I'm gonna join the party like in a Q4. I'll join the party Q4. I'm gonna have a lot of
All right,
fun.
dog. Sir Rising, you gonna be buying when I'm dumping on your head, cuz. I'm just letting you know now.
I'll hold you to it. I'll hold you to it.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, you can't say I didn't tell you. You're gonna be like, you know what? I respect that man. Shit.
Hey,
Chill,
if you're
chill.
right, I will come out and be like, you know what? This train guy
Nah, bro.
should have listened.
Bruh, I buy the bottoms and I buy the tops, cuz.
Yeah, I bought the bottoms, and then the bottom just kept going lower.
May not be today, but one day, I'll be the champion.
Yes, sir.
Dude, I just smell the blood, dude. I smell the fear.
You're like a shark now.
I can taste it.
When you said I buy the bottoms, somebody on another YouTube, I'm listening to a reaction video, and they're like,
Uh-huh.
I buy the bottoms, and then he goes, and everybody gets down the dance floor after that.
Hey,
Unless,
I heard that.
and it just sounded like I'm it's funny. It sounded just like you. They're all mixed together.
Yeah. That's good. That's good. I'm glad to know that someone is you know, it's hard to
Getting
find
up
people.
This place is great.
Are you bullish?
me?
Oh yeah.
I'm bullish, but I took too
You
many
got
wrong
that
trips.
fear in you. I can
So
smell it.
yeah, I mean, it's crypto, but so I got stopped out, but I made some money.
That's what's up.
But now I'm afraid it's going to rip without me, but I'm pretty sure it's going to come. I mean, it looks like it's going to come down. There is a lot of liquidity above us, but every other time that I have thought that, and the charts looked like it, and the oscillators looked like it was coming down, it came down. So maybe I should just trust them, and I'm just going to wait. I'm thinking maybe we'll
Well,
get just like a really fast dip, and I'm ready. I got all of my, I have all my trade windows open, and it's locked and loaded. And all I have to do is hit buy. So I'm waiting for
Limit
that
order.
dip. What?
One thing I didn't do during the bull market was set limit orders, and I wish I did.
dang, I didn't hear a would have, could have, or should have in that sentence. All right, you got by on that one. You said, I wish I did this. You didn't say, I wish I would have done this. You said, I wish I did this. Wow. Incredible.
I dodged it strategically.
Wow. Actually, kind of impressive.
Amazing.
Yeah, I would, this, like, if you do, like, if you're looking at the chart right here, I mean, you can kind of see, you can see it on the 15, really. I mean, the 5, the 1, whatever, but this bull flag right here, I just, if it like breaks this upward and it doesn't have like a very long pole or whatever, and then it like comes back down and it kind of gets you trapped before eventually making the measured move, it might even come back down to that validation level or whatever. I'd be careful in this area kind of thing. But hey, I think the bulls are ready to run straight up. That's how I'm looking at it, not financial advice.
Higher time frames look pretty bullish, so
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know. Jeez.
it's just you. It can look so bullish on the 1 hour and the 4 hour, but if you go to the 1 minute, you know, like you
What
can't
kind
get
of
it could drop 500% and still be bullish on the 4 hour
what
chart.
kind of leverage are you using? Like, what's like generally like the lowest leverage you would use? I guess.
Well, I always
If
use
I,
the highest leverage that
no,
is
I
allowed
know,
coin
but like if you do like 400, you ever do like 100?
leverage on here. It's mostly 50s, and then Bitcoin I think is 150 and ETH is 100.
Oh, I got you.
I just am using small amounts.
Right. Gosh, that's just like it's so tough. You know, I found that like the only time that I can do that is whenever I'm probably wow, I was gonna say probably whenever I'm upside down in a trade, but that's exactly what you don't do. That's how you get wrecked. But whenever basically I'm out and I see a bottom and I feel really good about it, that's whenever it's like the 150 thing. But it's so tough because it's like whenever you're in a position like right now, for example, if everybody sees this bull flag and wants to jump in at the breakout with 150x, it's going to pull it back down. And that's what like always happens. So it's liquidity. It's freaking liquidity. It's freaking liquidity.
That's why you have to buy when it's scary, not when
Yeah.
it looks
Oh yeah.
bullish.
I think it's even scary right now. That's what I like about this too, is because it's like, oh, I feel even if this breaks out and pulls back, I still feel good. But I mean, I'm in the profit, so I mean, I'm not really concerned. But I don't know. You know, eh, I like the vectors that we're leaving. Like, I just like it. Gosh, I used to be good whenever, like in these moments, whenever it was going up. Well, I say used to be. Like the only time I was like a successful trader was in like these moments, specifically where it's not recovering vectors and it's leaving them behind. But now, like being able to catch bottoms and then uh get out. Like one thing that I've been doing lately, not financial advice, but that's actually worked out pretty well for me is like if we start leaving vectors behind and then we like leave a sliver of a vector, but then we um end up filling that vector like there wasn't enough volume to push it up, I just get out and it generally comes back, fills those vectors, and then I kind of start over from there. But whenever it doesn't fill those vectors, it's generally been going up. It just keeps going up until it like fills the vector below. Does that make sense?
I was following you to the very last part. It keeps going up till it fills the vector below. That's where you lost me.
Uh okay. Okay, so
I
you
just
see the bear flag on Dbloc's chart? Like it's to the left of the W.
flag. Yeah.
Okay, you see the first green vector in that bear flag? It would have left a vector right there. Price kept going up. That second green vector, it left a vector right there. It hit a high, came back, filled the vector. You get out, let it ride. It's going to come back. It's going to fill that second vector. You find the bottom, and then you. That's what I've been doing lately.
Okay. I understand what you're saying now.
And let me tell you, and I'm like, I just mean this just from like the bottom of my freaking heart, is that it takes like, and I know that you know this because I know you've been around the game, but man, dude, it's like it like yesterday, Dbloc said something about creating your own strategy or whatever and stuff, and it's like it's like lately I've been kind of like creating my own rules and stuff. And it's like as soon as I kind of did that instead of like trying to follow everything else and I made my own strategy, it's like, gosh, dude. It's like been my freaking breakthrough. Crazy.
Well, that's
Crazy
awesome.
train. It really is awesome. It's that moment that it was like I knew that one day, like, and look, I got a lot of work to do. But I'm just saying, like having those rules like that and like actually being able to just be like, hey, look at the chart right here. You see the bear flag? And then actually being able to show you where it left the vector, retrace the vector, and then kind of like get out. It's actually this it's if you look at it, you would have essentially gotten out at the same point as the 13 crossing the 50 on the 15. So I mean, it's kind of like, it's like a slightly different rule, but it like plays out the same kind of thing or whatever. It's like just your own thing. I don't know, man. It's
Yeah, I
just
have
it.
like
Yeah,
kind of a system. I think everybody does where you see things at work and you just keep doing that. But my problem has been that I do that at the top too. Like I don't,
exactly,
everything's aligned except for we're at the top. So, and then sometimes, it'll let me push a little bit and then I get stopped out because when if you get in at the bottom, like a macro bottom or whatever, you can just stay in. But, if you're playing, if you're not in at that bottom, you're going to be stopped out, or take profits, whichever. Then you have to get back in.
exactly. No, exactly. The only way that I'm able to hold a trade if I get in at the very bottom is if I get in at the very bottom, pass out, fall asleep, price rips, I wake up in a comfortable enough position and not have to worry about my trade.
That's
And
the
let me tell
best.
you, that's only happened like twice. So
It used to happen all the time at the
it
beginning of
did.
the last bull market. The
Yeah.
beginning of the bull market's the best because, yeah, it's scary because you could be going down still or whatever. But
Yeah.
that's when you get those big, like, rips, and it's better to just kind of hold, give yourself a lot of room because those rips are amazing. And even if it comes down, it goes back up again. So, like, you don't even really, like, I didn't
Right.
have a
Right.
loss a lot of the time, and it did not matter. I mean, there is a time where you don't need to
Exactly.
stop. Can't wait for that time again.
I
Now you
know,
definitely
gosh.
need a stop loss.
Exactly. Like today, like and you see here today, right? The bottom that it made a lower low, and then the higher high is higher than the prior low. So it's like it's leaving a gap right there. And it's, you know, I mean, I don't know how it doesn't normally do that unless it's reversing from my experience. Like, right? I mean, inverse the chart. I mean, this is all we looked at on the way down. And then every time that Bitcoin during the prior bull market, dude, every time Bitcoin was gonna bottom reverse, it was doing that. It was making a lower freaking low. Dude, I came whenever it was at like 95.7, it came within $5 of my stop loss, and I was able to ride that thing to like 110, and it came within like $5 of stopping me out.
That's one thing that I'm good at is stop losses. I mean, probably 60% of the time, it it stops right at my stop loss, but it doesn't hit it.
Oh, but does it normally come down and hit your stop loss, or do you adjust the trade?
No, usually I can adjust my stop loss to where, um, if it's going to keep going up, it won't hit my stop loss. Like it'll come
Right.
real close,
Correct. Correct.
and then it'll
Because
almost look like it's bouncing off of it.
if you add to your position and lower that stop loss, you're just adding to your losses.
Yeah, I don't add to losing positions anymore. I mean, very, very rarely, only if the stars are aligned. But because
Well,
I've learned my lesson, I mean, it's the number one way to get wrecked.
yeah, you are not freaking kidding.
And so I
There was
accept my fate.
there was something else about this that I was looking at, and I was like, gosh, that just looks like a clear just up to me. I can't remember what it was. I figured we'd stay in this channel though, to be honest with you, because I thought for sure. I mean, I see great reason for us to come down to 65.1. I see great reason for us to come down to 63.8 and potentially
So
even like 63.4. But
it's coming down again.
do what?
I could see us coming to the bottom of the channel again. Except for I don't know if we'll get to the bottom of it because we have that support. But at least,
Well,
making one more swipe down, we have a lot of liquidity that could be
exactly.
grabbed.
So to
And that
me,
would
what
create a lot
makes
more shorts.
sorry, what'd you say that in part?
It would a lot more shorts would come in.
Yeah, to me, and I've been looking at the liquidity heat map too. A decent amount of liquidity, like there's a decent, like on the liquidity heat map on CoinGlass, there's a pretty good amount of liquidity, right there at like 66,000, and right below there, like a good bit, um, that I don't think would be hard to get at all, and we have good reason to go lower than that, but I think that it potentially has been kind of like too hard for it to go down to that like I'm just going to say 63.8 because that's kind of where I'm at. But that
Yeah, that
63
it's
do
being
what?
protected. Oh, I'm sorry. I just totally interrupted you.
No, you're good.
Said I think that's being protected.
Right. And so I think the only way that we actually well, I shouldn't say I think the only way. I've seen, this thing gets crazy, but um it feels like that they are trying to add liquidity down there. They might go ahead and sweep up high, and then they need enough liquidity to push them to those back down to that 63.8-ish level or whatever.
The only thing that keeps me really guessing is how much liquidity keeps being added above us. Like we hit it and then it fills back up, and we hit it a little higher and it fills back up. But it will create an imbalance if it keeps doing. I mean, it's going to have to retrace at some point. It doesn't have to.
Yeah,
Second,
but
it doesn't. But
we can't forget about the CME gap above us, and there's been liquidity sitting above us, and they've been pushing price down whenever there was like it was easy to get liquidity above us. And I don't know. I mean, they could keep doing that thing, but I think they're kind of like, okay, it's getting too hard to push down here. Now let's go eat. So now I think it's just kind of like, how high do we actually go?
I'm talking really short term, trying to get in without getting wrecked, and then it goes up again.
I think that
Not
I'm actually talking
really.
kind of short term here too, to be honest with you.
I'm talking real short term, like just I'm talking 1 minute and 5 minute entries, just to get in.
Mm,
Because if okay, so say it does keep going up, it keeps stair stepping up. Well, then every time you hesitate because you could be the top, you're losing out and it gets riskier and riskier every stair step. But it really
oh yeah,
could sweep down and then, and then go back up. So even a 15-minute time frame
yeah.
would be the choice. But for me, trying to get in, that risk of 100, well, on my
Oh
leverage,
yeah, on that
100%
leverage.
down,
Gosh,
yeah, it's trickier. So I have to be more careful. That's
yeah,
what's
that's
cracking my brain.
right. I mean, if we come through the that invalidation level on that W, which goes back to that low of the bear flag, and it's sitting between the left side and the right side of the W. Like if we come through that invalidation of the W, then um, I'll be out in profit, kind of thing. But and I'll wait for that if there's an entry there. But Man, that's just so tough because this is one of those points where I don't use that type of leverage, so I can't really relate. But this would be the point where, like, if I was going to put, $10,000 worth, on leverage. So let's just say I was doing 25x. So let's say I think that's $250 at 25x. I don't know. That's hard. Yeah, it is. But so like $250 at 25x, I would probably only put like 25 on it here, or maybe like 50 on it here, and then I'd add to it above the invalidation, because just personally based off the way that I feel that it's going to go up. But that way it would kind of be like I'm only putting like 25%. If it goes down, I'm adding to it. It goes down, and then I have like my full amount. And then if we go through, then I'll take that L. I'm happy with that L. I'm super happy with that L because I knew exactly what I was doing and why I was doing it, kind of thing. But at that type of leverage, the price movement is just too quick, or it can be too quick, kind of thing.
Yeah, it really can. But I mean, it keeps me sharp.
Yeah, it'll do it.
And, I can't be lazy about an entry, although I am sometimes. But I pay for it.
Right.
Not always. I mean,
If I get out of trades, then and like I'm able just to enter a trade fresh, then it's like I think even if I am kind of lazy about it, I don't, full port or whatever. It's just like I'll start off real small, kind of fill out the um momentum, I guess, or whatever. That's another thing, is like actually feeling like the market, and being in that, like riding that wave, as that wave just kind of like builds and it goes down and or whatever, and then it like pulls back, or you know like that was something like I couldn't really wrap my head around it. And I think it's just hard to, that's why you follow your EMAs and stuff. But now when I'm trading a coin, I can more or less like feel how the market feels about the coin. And I think that's because I started trading just like other coins, and it's like how they react differently. And then it's just like, oh, all this is about it's like it's more market behavior, like human behavior, really, than it is. And the human behavior is based essentially like liquidity. It's like whenever my body tells me that I want to long it, is exactly when I'm taking profit now, which is like the craziest thing, fighting that urge.
it is FOMO.
It's like
I
the
have so much
greater
self-control.
do it.
Oh, I have so much self-control. Like, I eat carnivore, I exercise every day, well, 5 days a week. I make myself do things that I don't want to do. I work every day, all day long, all that stuff. But so I thought I had a lot of self-control, but when it comes to trading, I realize I don't.
What's
Like that,
actually
like that day, I was like, I feel like I'm going to FOMO. I'm going to do it. And I did. And then it went down. I was really tired too.
Bro, I am telling you that like the whales or the market makers or whatever have these like antennas, and they shoot out these signals to all these like crypto traders, and the signals are like FOMO in right now. And then so now what I've been able to convince myself of is whenever I get that signal from those people, I know that it's them trying to convince me to do something that I shouldn't do. So I've just convinced myself that they're in my brain, and now I know that they're in my brain, so I'm not gonna let them take control of it.
It's 5G. Ever since 5G.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. And you know that mercury they put in my tooth whenever I was a kid, I'm pretty sure that's an antenna receptor. I need to
Yeah,
get some.
well,
You know what?
there's always tinfoil hat.
I was about to say I actually need to try that whole tinfoil hat thing. I never have actually done that. I'm actually probably going to do that while I'm trading. I will let y'all know how it goes.
I wonder if they sell stylish, like it doesn't, things that aren't just like a crumpled up tinfoil hat that you put on your head, but like you can get like a tinfoil fedora. It's made of aluminum, like, or some other like metal that is reflective.
I think you just started a brand new company. I'd buy one. I'd buy
And
one.
that way you can be paranoid. You can be that person, but not look like that person.
That is hilarious. That is so funny. Oh my God. That would be the greatest gag gift ever. There is a market there. There is so a market there. Holy crap.
Looking, I see a lot of hats that just say tinfoil on them, just regular baseball caps, which is ever so
Oh
slightly.
no. I'm one of those people. Trust me, it doesn't exist. You just had a brand new idea.
Actually really doesn't exist as much as you'd think. There is a market.
Oh, there's definitely a market. I'm actually going to try that. Like
Really
wear
annoying $10
tinfoil while I trade. See
What?
if that actually works. I said I'm actually going to do that. Like wear tinfoil while I trade. I mean, I'm willing to try anything.
I mean,
Well,
it's
I
not
got
hurt
box,
anything.
hat, tinfoil, everything. Gotta have it.
You're breaking up, I think. For me, you are.
Oh, so sad. I'll
I
be
heard
alright.
hat. That's all I heard.
I said I got tinfoil hat, tinfoil boxers, tinfoil everything. Gotta protect it all.
I think you need lead boxers, not tinfoil, but I get your point. That was a radiation joke. Nice. What you gonna do, Biddy? I know what I'm gonna do.
Problem is there's that W, or I guess you can't call it head and shoulders because it's coming from the bottom, but like there's not very much room for it to retest before it goes up, and it makes me want to FOMO, but I'm being responsible. I'm gonna be so mad if that happens.
But there's a bull flag right there. I mean, that's my thought is that the bull flag, I would if I was gonna do it at your leverage, I'd be looking at the bull flag right there and invalidation on the bull flag before the W. But I mean, it's probably still too tight. I don't know how tight that is on that kind of leverage, to be honest with you.
I mean, I have a little wiggle room. I usually, depending on how confident I am, like I think it's gonna go up, and I'm not quite sure if it's at the bottom of this small move. I will do up to like 105%.
The scarier it is on the way up, the more responsible that traders are. So they're not putting in the 400x longs. And since they're not putting in the 400x longs, price doesn't pull down.
But sometimes it
Oh, I don't
does a
know.
real fast drop
Ugh.
before, and then it wicks. So it didn't break any structure,
Yeah,
but it
yeah,
took out
yeah.
a bunch of
Especially
people.
with that wick on that flag too. I mean, yeah.
I'm gonna get back to work.
Hey, Godspeed.
Thanks.
Hey, where the bulls at? I'm gonna get some beer and we're gonna get this party started. The bulls are getting the bar started. I'm gonna stay off here. Doubles. Doubles. Drew, where you at? Need some rocket chips. Hey, yo, Drew Bo. What a do-do. Hey, bears. Knock, knock. Daddy's home.
Who goes there?
Hey, what you doing, buddy?
All good, man, and you?
Dude, Helix, bro. Dude, you were here. I remember talking to you in March, and you fall off the face of the planet, and here you are again in February. What's going on, brother?
Yeah, I started a new job, so kind of focused on that for a while. But I'm back.
Were you shorting it, dude? Were you longing it? Were you out in it? Strong in it, dude?
I was long in it, and then I'm short now.
Bro, Helix, dude, I've been wanting to ask you this, and you obviously don't have to answer this question. But, bruh, I remember you being in that long at 78 or whatever it was, maybe even like 76. What'd you end up doing with that trade?
I actually got out at like 108 on that
Oh,
trade.
dude, great.
Yeah.
That was like where it turned around too. Did you catch it? Did you catch it on the? You didn't catch it on the first 108 though. That's right, dude. I'm pretty sure you held on to that sucker, and then it was probably that second or third 108. You were like, "All right,
Yeah,
I'm
it was
not
the
doing this."
third. It was that very last 108 where it went
Dang,
up to like
bro.
126 or to basically the bow off top. And when it was coming down, I was like, yeah, I don't think this is gonna go back up, and I just got out. But dude, you wanna know something crazy that happened to me?
I'm crazy train. Yeah, hell yeah, I want to know something crazy. Choo choo. Let's go.
Let's
I
go.
I,
Let's
I
go.
need some other people's perspective on this, because I think I know what I'm gonna do, but I got myself in a pickle. Not really, but I'm in a pickle.
Okay.
So
Well, what's the deal?
when we were in the 90s, I got in on a long at 90. Well, I think it was like 92,
Yeah.
and then at like 92.8, I got into a short. So I'm hedging, and then I got locked out of my account, and then I forgot about that, and I recently just got back into the account, and they're still going. I
Did you
think
have
I'm
the
just
long
gonna
on
like,
cross?
yeah, it's cross. There's no liquidation or anything, so
Yeah, but the short is isolated.
no, they're both on cross. That's the thing. It's kind of a wash. They're washing themselves out. That's why there's no
Oh, that's why you were
liquidation.
able to do that trade. That's why you were able to move the money. That's why you were able to the way whatever exchange you're on works. That's why you were able to add leverage or
No, I
deleverage
haven't
or whatever
touched
that
it.
trade, and it added cash
I
to your
haven't
account or whatever.
touched it. I
No,
haven't
I know.
touched it.
I was thinking of something else, but wow, interesting.
Yeah, so I don't know. I'm thinking of just kind of sitting that one, not touching it till we
I'd
kind of get
probably
confirmation of the bear market bottom, and then just double down, triple down. I don't
yeah,
know, man.
I was gonna say, dude, I mean, just based off what you said, what I'm thinking is that I would wait for a trade like where I was certain that it was going to go one direction or the other, and then I would probably try to get out of it there after it kind of like I'd get out of one, um, and then where I felt comfortable got out of the other. That's crazy though.
Yeah, man. I thought I thought I set stop losses, but I guess I didn't.
Wow.
But that's a wash. But does that mean if those are a wash and there's no liquidation, and I add more money to that account and start trading with the money I added, I don't know how to get out of this one. It's an interesting one.
It sounds like there's a good way to do it and a bad way to do it.
Yeah, that's why I haven't touched it.
Yeah, I bet. Wow. It's impressive that you haven't touched it. Oh, well, how long have you been able to touch it?
Probably like 2 weeks.
Wow.
Yeah.
What would have been the best trade for you 2 weeks ago in hindsight?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't think I'm gonna touch it till like closer to October.
Jeez. I believe in you.
I don't know. Well, I'm gonna talk to Dbloc and see what he says later on.
Oh yeah.
But this whole lot of sideways is very very annoying.
Oh, come on, dude. We're just starting to have fun here.
I know, but it's no fun.
Sideways
I
is
want.
the most fun to me.
I don't. Man, they wick me out. 'Cause damn momentum doesn't work on going sideways,
Right.
and that's pretty much what I trade now. Just full on momentum.
What coins are you mainly trading?
Right now, just Bitcoin.
Yeah.
But probably been. I don't know when I'm gonna start picking some up, but I buy here and there some Sol, some Sui, some ETH.
Yeah. Who knows where the bottom is? You know?
Time will tell.
I can't believe I actually remembered to ask you that question.
Bro, the craziest thing I knew when we were in like the first time when we pushed to like 120, I was like, man, I'm just gonna put my stop loss stress right under 110 just in case. So I was kind of getting worried. I was like, nah, I'm just gonna not touch it, leave it how I had it. And I was about to just say, man, I'm over it. I'm just gonna exit and wait for the bottom. But I ended up just staying in, and then we went down, pushed back up, and then I was like, oh, we're going higher, and then we
Yeah,
went
but
down.
bro, if that 10-10 wick would have hit you when you were still in that trade, then what? You'd have been like, oh, shoulda, coulda,
But
woulda.
right, I would have been shoulda, coulda, woulda, but at the same time, I still exited pretty much around the exact same spot, and
Yeah, but
I was
you ended
waiting.
up higher, dude. I feel like, all
Mm,
things considered, you had more time to trade with the capital at the same price.
yeah, I guess. Yeah, you're right.
Hey,
True.
thanks, dude. Train on the tracks. Choo choo.
Yeah,
Anyway,
but it's
either way, dude, you gotta follow those rules. You know that.
yeah,
It doesn't
yeah, bro.
matter, dude. Dude, you will get cut up in a second, bro.
Bro, you know how we were getting cut up when we were first here around the 70s, going short. Now it's opposite. Now I'm getting cut up on going long, and my shorts are printing more.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I wasn't getting cut up doing the short thing because I was long in it. But whenever I was long in it on the way down, yeah, I was getting cut up. Dude, the trend's your friend, cuz.
Yeah.
Dude,
Boy,
whenever those trades start going against you, dude, you gotta accept that the trend's starting to go against you. That's what I had to start to accept. It was hard.
feel you on that, man. I feel you. The psychology is crazy.
Right. This is generally about the time whenever I make my worst trades, and I want to hammer this right now. I want to hammer it long, baby. Let's go, choo choo.
I was feeling that yesterday in the I was feeling that yesterday.
It's like generally I'm like right whenever I really want to hammer, I'm generally right. But the problem is for me is that I'm right, but I don't get out, right? It's like if I'm right, I'm right. If I'm wrong, I get out. But whenever I'm right, it's like I've got to take, the profit and be right. And it's like, oh, it still looks like it wants to go up some more. And it's like, nah, dude, that was the last one. So I'd always get stuck there. I'd always catch that trade. I'd always catch that like last push up, but then I'd get stuck there and be trapped. But now, accepting it, you know, just take the money, take the money, take the money, take the money while it's there. Don't let your winners be losers. Come on, guys, we know this. This is like core values.
Yeah, for real. I've had like 3 trades in the last probably like 3 weeks. Nah, probably last month. 3 trades where I get into it probably around like late afternoon, kind of going into night. Good entry. It gets into profit. I
Right.
pass out and forget to move my stops into profit, and then you just wake up to just getting stopped out, and you're like, "What the poop?"
Yep.
If I would have just moved my stop up into break even or into
Has
profit,
your whenever you wake up and you see that you're stopped out, is the price generally at the price where you got stopped out or a little above it?
yeah,
And then it comes down to it.
exactly. But
Yep. And dude, I quit doing that crap. Like I've been pretty disciplined about it. And dude, the past month, bro, like the past month, man, dude, I have been catching these bottoms on Bitcoin and riding that up and then getting out because of that exact thing. Cause um, it's like the whole like time thing. It just turns around on you. And I don't know, man. It's so weird. It's like I don't even know what I know about what it is, but it works that way. And I've only been able to kind of like acknowledge it through just like doing it every day and just having to have it beaten into me, bro. It happened,
man,
dude, bro. It happened this morning with Bitcoin. There it was, that lower low, bro. I got out, bro, dude. I got out last night on that green vector candle, dude, and I bought the bottom of this green vector candle today. I took that first profit. I caught the second dip on the type 2 entry. I re-entered on type 3 here. I mean, like, it's a different game whenever you are getting out and you're getting in good, you're getting out good. You're not thinking about, oh, if I would have just, held on to it, I would have made so much more money or blah blah blah. Like, yeah.
man, I'm gonna try that out this upcoming week. I'm gonna try that out. Just in and out rather than doing longer swing trades.
Well, look, dude. I mean, everything changes with a trade. I mean, there's always a reason for this or that. It's just for me, like it's it's the fact that my worst trades basically happen at this point. I get stopped out. I wake up and I'm able to enter the trade where I got stopped out. It's like, why not just wait till the next morning to enter the trade where you're going to put your stop? And so now that I've started just waiting till the next morning to enter the trade where I would have put my stop, I'm catching bottoms.
Institutional plays right there. That's how they do it. Good and very
Oh,
nice.
bro, hey, cuz, come on, shoot.
You're getting that playbook.
But dude, having to wake up and like actually be awake at 9:30 because I'd be going to bed at like 4 o'clock. I'd be up work at 8:30, man. I don't sleep. Crypto don't sleep.
No rest for the wicked.
Dude, bro. But then you'll have those times where all of a sudden it's like that 2 o'clock in the morning play will be golden. It's like all of a sudden it wants to sweep that liquidity at 2 o'clock in the morning, and you there. You're like, yup, that's why I stay up for this.
And it's usually around that time where Bitcoin makes its pivots as well. The majority, I should say, majority of the time.
That's why I said 2 a.m. Yeah, dude. If I'm holding on to a trade at 3 a.m., I'm losing. I guarantee it, dude. 99.9% of the time, if I'm holding on to a long at 3 o'clock in the morning, I am losing, and I'm gonna keep losing. And it's like it took a lot of losses of the same exact thing to acknowledge that like what was really happening, or like to justify, at least in my own head. And that's why I'm not hammering this right now, is because these are whenever I take my worst trades, so gotta hold that bag.
Like I love hearing that you are able to point that out on your own trading, man. That's fantastic. No, being able to examine and see exactly what's going wrong. That's fantastic.
Bruh, I do this like 16 hours a day. It shouldn't have taken me that long. I say 16, dude. I be doing this, dude, 18 hours a day. Dude, my phone, I could show the usage on my phone to like the tax to write my phone off as like crypto trading under losses and shit. I mean, like, I'm not even kidding, dude. It's just 24. It's like if I'm awake, I'm looking at charts, and it like feels good to like finally like figure out what it was that I was not able to like comprehend about like my own trading style. And it basically came down to routine in terms of when I wake up, when I go to bed. And if I had a stable routine, which I'm not going to have because I'm a crazy train choo choo, but if I'm not going to have a stable routine, then can I trade like I have a stable routine? Because and then so like if I pretend like I'm stable and have a stable routine, then I like trick my mind to like think like a normal human instead of just a complete and total degenerate, which I am, and I'm proud of it.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, but as long as your thoughts will lead to actions and your actions will become behavior. So as long as you keep thinking it's a stable routine, it will eventually become a stable routine.
Hey man, I've been going to bed like 30 minutes earlier.
Bit by bit, it will add up.
Dude, I can't wait. I can't wait. I think I think a lot of us are at like this kind of thing, but I'm convinced that like Bitcoin will be like, at $1 million in my lifetime. And I'm going to be trading it, and I will own Bitcoin, like a Bitcoin, multiple Bitcoin by then, I'm sure, by the time it's at $1 million. And dude, one day it's gonna go from like $1 million to 250,000, right? And like, who's gonna ride that? Or like, who's gonna get out? Who's gonna get off that train?
I'm gonna short it.
Well, it's not even that though, bro. At that point, if you got that bag, you get out of it at $1 million, and let's just say that it's just like one day a wick goes down to 250, and you're able to 4x your Bitcoin bag. Like, the work today, cuz, is for that day when it comes. You know what I'm saying? Because like, I could put in 17 years worth of work, and that one day would literally pay for all the work and, like, all kinds of generational wealth and stuff, in theory.
Yeah, but if you think about it in theory, if in a 1 day wick could go down that much from $1 mil to a court to a 250K, that would be news driven. That would be Black Swan.
Yeah, bro. And it happened once, and it happened twice, and it's gonna happen again, bro. And who's gonna be ready? Me. Who's gonna be dumping on heads? Me, cuz. You know what I'm saying? That's what you got. That's got to be the mentality, Helix. That's what I'm ready for. I'm ready for that moment. Like, like people talk about, I got into Bitcoin at like $12, but then to be like, oh, yeah, I was dumping on heads in $1 million, bought back at 250. Yeah, like, there will be crazy dramatic price swings like that, and like, if we got the bag and we can use our TA and everything to hit those, man. You know what I'm saying, man? All it's gonna take, bro, is like 3 different trades, man. That's what I'm saying.
And yeah, that would be like the trade of a lifetime.
And then at that point, it's gonna be Dbloc, but it ain't just gonna be the person. It's gonna be a whole entire block. It's gonna be Dbloc where all of us live, because we all loaded and can't people afford to live with us. Gee. Oh man. I can just smell the blood, the fear. Oh yeah.
And wouldn't it be better to just get that Black Swan wick right now and get this to $50 a bit?
Yeah, let's not do that. Let's not do that.
And why do you want it to do it at $1 million? Better now than
Dude,
later.
yo, Helix, bro. I saw on 1010. I saw a blood diamond on the it was either the 2-day or the 3-day, about 2 minutes or 3 minutes before the Black Swan hit.
Did you trade it? Did you put a short in?
Oh, dude, I was long as hell, dude. Nah, dude, I was at that point I was managing positions. I was trying to get out, cuz. And then eventually it kind of
Fair
like
enough.
got cut off and stuff. But I mean, literally, dude, it was like 2 minutes, 3 minutes. But anyway, yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a very rough one.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of my thing, is like, how many people were staring at the charts and saw the blood diamond on the 2 minute to the 3 minute? Because I was clicking back and forth between charts. I was like, something doesn't feel right here. And then I saw it and I was just like, and then it took me like a minute to grasp it, And then by the time I started clicking sell, bruh, yeah.
We were in a
But
pool of blood. That's
yo,
for sure.
bro, dog, I was driving back home that day. I was driving home that day, and that they had already like cut trading off or whatever. and they cut it back on while I was driving home, and I was throwing Hail Marys, high leverage, big dollars. I ain't scared. The price got to go up because the exchanges were so imbalanced that on my exchange it was like 16 cents, and on this one it was like 30. I was like, nah, I ain't scared. So that's what's up. So I was able to. I ended up. I didn't really get hit hard, but I mean, like
I
everybody
tell
else.
you, the worst. Well, I shouldn't say it was the position that hit me the hardest was gun. That one, gun hit me.
Were you trading that on leverage?
Yes, but not the just like in and
Did it
out.
hit you because it
Just in
went
and
down
out.
and then it came back?
Yeah.
Oh, it hit you psychologically.
Yeah, psychologically, not actually. Yeah,
Jeez, you got a
that gut
PTSD,
psycho.
bro.
Dude, I haven't touched gun. I haven't touched it since. I ain't touching that shit.
Dude, that's awesome, bro. Is that the first? Is that like? Are there any other coins like that, or is like gun? You're like,
Pi network, just because mother poopers.
dude,
I still
bro.
have a bunch of it. I'm still mining that shit. I don't even know why I'm still mining it.
Oh, dude. Yeah, keep doing that. It'll have its day. You'll get a piece of your pie one day.
I've been doing it for so long, so I just like might as well just keep going.
How do you do it? Do you have like a mining rig, or do you do it like on your phone or something?
Yeah, well, it's not on my normal phone. It's like one of my phone from like 2018. It just runs on in the background on that old phone.
On like your own Wi-Fi, or do you have to like pay for cellular?
Nah, just on Wi-Fi.
So you just have to keep the phone charged on your Wi-Fi.
Yeah, just charged and connected, and you just gotta click one button daily, and that's it.
I think I need to find an old phone. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna be truthful with you. I don't even know if it's worth it anymore. You used to get quite a good amount of pie while mining. Now it's very little compared to what it used to be.
Is their supply limited?
That's a good question. I'm not sure.
I would agree.
I feel like I should know that.
Yeah, well, hold on. I'm about to tell you. Yeah. Yeah, dude. They're yeah, okay. Sorry. Circulating supply is right over 9 bill, and the max supply is 100 bill. So it seems worthless now, but eventually that bill will start to carry your way. You know what I'm talking about. In theory, Yana. Dude, it's got a market cap of 1.6 bill. Dude, bruh. When you dude, it's just crazy the amount of money. It's just crazy the amount of money. The dollars, the worthless dollars. It's just crazy.
Yeah, it is freaking crazy. And then, yeah, once you understand how crazy it is, it's even more unfathomable.
Exactly. Exactly. Like I remember whenever the U.S. national debt was like 2.4 trillion, you know, and now it's like 40 trillion. Hey, thanks, George. You know what I mean?
Or do you stream the YouTube and the Discord?
No, just Discord. Well, I mean, I get on the YouTube. Well, I don't stream them simultaneously. I'm on one or the other. Like if I'm ever not on Discord, it's probably because I'm doing something. Like my routine has changed a little bit, so I'm probably watching it on YouTube versus Discord. But it works better for me if I'm on Discord because I use my computer screens for everything else. And then plus Discord doesn't have the lag that YouTube has. And your boy be watching that ticker tape like it's his job. That's what I do.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say. I just hate that delay on YouTube, but I love that game that Dbloc puts out there.
Oh yeah, dude, I do too. The other day they were playing it, but there was a lot of action, and it was actually one of those late night things. And dude, I just kept seeing sales getting stacked on the order book. And there I am again, holding on to this trade. See, and we're at the top now. We're at the top, and it's like, okay, am I gonna hold on to this, go to bed, and it's just gonna keep going up? But it's like sales are stacking on the order book, and there were just too many. I was like, dog, you've done this before. You got to get out. You gonna wake up crying, cuz. But instead of crying, cuz I woke up buying because I sold the tops again, and then when I woke up, I was buying the bottoms. I mean, rinse and repeat. I've never gotten to really like talk that, but yeah, because never, yeah, whatever. But yeah, it's been working lately. So everything I do these days, though.
Well, have we gotten any word on Cypher School?
Hey, we got a lot of words, a lot of sneak peeks, but I mean, I guess you just had to be here.
No, I know those the charts and all that, but I'm talking. Has he said when we gonna start?
I'm not sure. I think summer was spoken, but I could be wrong about that. But I also don't even know what season we're in or when summer starts or anything like that. So I don't even know what that means. But I'm here for it. I ain't going nowhere. You want to be in the same class?
Hell yeah!
Hell yeah, bro. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm excited, bro. I can't wait for those hoodies as well.
Yeah, for sure. He was talking about the other day how like he was wearing it and it like encouraged conversation. And I can have a conversation all day long. Like I'm uh some people consider me an extrovert, some people consider me an introvert, whatever. But like I don't engage, like I don't start the stuff, it's like flat earth, right? It's like you can't really have that conversation with anybody just kind of out of the blue kind of thing. Because people be like, "Oh, yeah, flat earth. Yeah, right. We've been to the moon and all that." It's kind of like crypto. It's like, "Oh, yeah, you're going to yeah, oh, poor guy." But
You ain't
I
talking
just
about like Turtle Earth. So Turtle Earth is where it's at.
do what?
Earth where the Earth is just on the back of a giant turtle. So I think there's space. You talk about it. My bad.
it's all
Hey,
in about the ice wall, man.
hey, totally cool. Well, anyway, it was just a frame of reference as to like actually being able to have a conversation about stuff that it's like lots of times you don't even know who you can talk to about it or can't talk to about it. Like, hey, it's just crypto. Hey, by the way, this whole thing's happening behind the scenes. They're talking about AI. They're selling you on this thing that isn't really the thing that they think, or well, they know that it isn't the thing, but they have to like sell all this stuff so they can get all this government funding and then like create all these things that like aren't actually going to be used. And then, it'll be like solar farms or wind turbine plants and stuff like that and all this stuff. I mean, whatever. Anyway, blockchain's the future. Well, nobody's talking about it. Want to have a conversation? You know what? It's probably just me. It's
And
probably just me.
that, friends, is what we call a classic info dump.
Yeah.
It's wild.
I just like had a very like retrospective moment where I was like, you know what? The problem's not crypto or flat earth. It's just me.
The problem's not you. It's crypto and flat earth. Don't lie to
Yeah,
yourself.
true.
I'm gonna say it's definitely flat Earth. Flat Earth is definitely part of the problem, but that's not your fault. But it might be your fault.
Dude, I love how, never mind, I shouldn't say it. Well, it's a toxic trait, but I really do love how angry people get like when flat earth is mentioned. Dude, I don't understand. I mean, I don't really care one way or the other. But dude, people get triggered about flat earth. Like, bruh, you would think that somebody was talking about somebody's mama and their cousin and their daddy and I mean, God,
I
it's
mean,
crazy.
getting banned from a flat Earth convention is on my bucket list.
How'd you, from a flat earth? I feel like you'd have to get banned from a globe earth convention because flat earthers will be like, oh, okay, we're used to this. But a globe earther's like, no, you can't be here. Right?
Well, the Globetrotter convention, because yeah, I don't know how you get banned from that one. Actually, I thought about it. I know how you get banned from that one.
What if there's different dimensions and the flat earthers are on the flat earth dimension and then we're on the globe dimension?
Word to the
So
wise.
Their
we're all
dimension.
Yo, you just blew my mind. I never thought of that. It's all in the dimensions. Holy crap. Yes.
well, I thought of it because I thought that he said
Would
flat earth dimension rather than flat earth convention. And so it got me thinking.
Oh, nice.
Would
I
the
love
would the
that.
flat dimension, would that be the second dimension, and then the globe Earth dimension is the third dimension? Like, how does that work?
Hey, look, you're not allowed to
I
ask
mean,
questions
or you
about
could
flat
find
earth,
some way
remember?
to insult the flat earth people by making it that. I just can't think of an insult right now. Like you're so, I don't know. I'm not good at insults, except for when they come out naturally.
Oh, yeah. Those are the best ones. You kidding?
Those are the ones for me.
I
Like
still
that
like the I still like the idea that like we're just a planet on the back of a giant sea turtle in space. I think that one's just fun. Like that just
That'd be
makes me
more
happy.
fifth dimension or something.
Oh. Well, if we were on the back of a sea turtle, then space would be water because the turtle would be. Anyway, it doesn't matter, but
Have you ever heard
I
of
see what you're saying.
expanded
I
Earth?
understand now. Do what?
Have you ever heard of expanded Earth?
Negative, Ghost Rider.
It's that the Earth is round, except the part of the Earth that they're showing us isn't the whole thing, and there's far more land.
Oh yeah. Oh, there's more
Beyond
land
the
out
ice.
there. That I do believe.
Because we do have that wall that we can't get past.
The Great Wall of China. I'm just
Antarctica
kidding.
or whatever.
So I was just seeing something the other day about some dude that traveled to.
Isn't it the Tartarian wall or something like that?
I do not know the specifics. I only know it exists.
Yeah, allegedly somebody has been and survived.
We're not allowed to know. That's the whole problem.
The Atlanteans.
I wonder if you like make a mount beyond the wall, is like energy is just free, and like that's where all the like lost Bitcoin wallets are.
I want to meet the people who live underground in the caves. The cave people. Not cavemen. Cave people. There could be women. I don't know. I'm sure there's butt
Oh,
shinners.
you've already met one, brother.
Who's that?
Me, brother.
Hey, that's what's up. You got Wi-Fi down there?
Nah, you got a hardwire.
Oh. That's why my internet went out the other day. Come on, Betty. Hey, where the bulls at? I wish bulls made a noise, you know, like dogs bark and like cats meow, but like I'd love to make like the noise that a bull makes, but I don't ever remember learning that one in school.
It's moo. They moo, and sometimes they snarl.
They moo?
Yep. Bulls are just
Really?
cows with horns.
How about that? I like it when my left toe starts twitching. That means there's about to be action. And my left toe started twitching. Oh yeah. What are we doing, B? Where you at? Let's party. Come on, I'm here. I
Two
like to
trades
party.
right before you said that.
Hmm?
Entered hype.
There goes 232. 232 on the ticker, baby. Come on, boy.
I should listen to myself. I chickened out of getting into these because I put a lot more leverage on
Hey,
money.
patience is a virtue. Patience.
Not when it rips without you. But I don't trust this yet.
I don't
It
either.
moved
Not yet.
fast,
Not
too
yet.
fast. I mean, that could mean that it's gonna like shoot up into like the heavens, but it also could mean that it's just gonna come.
Yeah. Oh. Hmm.
It was never stopped out of Doge. I'm still in Doge.
I mean, it's so far. That's what like. That's one of those, right? It's like it's so far down there that can it really go that much lower? I don't think so, but I mean, I've been wrong before. Do I?
I said, you know the answer to that.
Yeah, I do. I do. It'll humble you real quick.
Do you ever get a little fear? Like fear is in everybody has fear and you feel it, you know. Not that you do anything about it, but do you ever get a little fear when you hear somebody say it can't go any lower and you're in a long?
I don't know. Like, it's incredible, like how true the sentiment on the channel like plays out to the chart. I mean, um, Yes. The answer to the question is yes, yes, yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. Because I'm
There's
always in
certain
a
things
long,
people say,
yeah.
and if it's counter to what, or sometimes you're excited, like yes, you know, somebody comes
Yeah,
up and goes dead, but they really mean it, and you're in a
I took a
lie.
long on Base Coin earlier, and I'm up $408, 390% on it. It just kept going.
Hey, well, the second you
Hell
start talking
yeah.
about it's probably the second it's probably going to turn around. What are you doing? I'm just kidding. I'm not
No,
really kidding.
it's probably going to go up for a while, I would say.
Till it hits the firmament, am I right? It's a flat earth joke. Just kidding.
got a lot of bullish news too. I've already got my stop loss into profit, so
Hey, that's what's up. What is it? Space?
yeah, they're kind of like partnering with Starlink, and they're putting satellites up, and they're making a decentralized satellite service. It's pretty cool if you look at it.
It sounds like we need to start looking into helium if they're gonna put satellites up. Sorry.
Is that related to ASD Space Mobile?
Oh my God.
No, I don't think so. You'll have to look into it, but it's like they've already put some satellites up there right now, and it's kind of like Starlink, you know what I mean? But they're making a decentralized satellites. I mean, it has a lot of use case for real.
Are you trading this on leverage?
Oh yeah,
What kind of leverage you trading this on?
40x.
Jesus. You got it's a $22 million market cap. Hey, Brad, dude, you're a bad Brad. You're a bad
Hey,
Brad.
I made $1,000 on this coin last week.
I'm proud of you. Keep it up. Keep up those numbers. Keep up the good work. Man, dude.
Yeah, some days it trades real slow like this, and then if you got your stop loss in, you know what I mean, you're all right. But I'm so far in now. I mean,
Jeez. I mean, yeah, I hear you. That's awesome, man. Wow. I hadn't seen a coin with that low market cap in a minute. That's kind of impressive, actually.
I know it's kind of crazy for real.
What's XRP doing? Wow.
What's up, guys? So I've been watching this MYX, which got beat up for like the last week or two, and whatever. I've been waiting for it to turn around, and I seen it turn around. I was like, nah, it can't be, you know. And I was like tempted to get in, and I was like, nah, this thing's just gonna keep going down. And then it just did a 30% short squeeze, and I keep waiting for this pullback, and I'm FOMOing so bad right now.
I've been watching that one too.
Oh, it just ripped so hard, it just won't stop. And it's sickening. I'm over here like, maybe if I enter and hedge instantly, I just keep telling myself all these bad ideas. Oh,
Uh,
I
Yeah,
I
There's
jump
always
in
another
sometimes.
trade, brother.
Yeah, for real.
I don't know. This thing, oh, down so much.
Or jump in on a $10 little, you know what I mean, and see what it does. And then if it goes up, just keep adding.
Yeah, I might have to do that. Oh, damn. The psychological low and high are so far away, and I know that's market makers, whatever what he wants to reach, but damn, FOMO is real.
What are you trading on?
BTCC, B, yeah, BTCC.
I jumped into my trades a little bit ago. Didn't wait for it to come back down a little, at least a little bit. I'm not quite sure that was a bad idea, but I wish I would have been a little bit more patient.
Yeah, this time it might have
Oh,
not have been a
man.
bad idea, but
Well, I hesitated a little while ago and I missed an entry that would have given me an ability to put my stop loss and profit immediately. So I didn't want to hesitate again.
I'm gonna be looking to see, do we recover the vector below us? That very first one, the one we just made. Are we gonna recover that thing, or are we gonna save it for later? You know what I mean? It's like whenever you eat some food and it gets left in your mustache. You know, saving a little bit for later, Your Honor. Because if we're gonna eat it all now, we might as well just go ahead and eat it all now. But if we ain't gonna eat it all now, well, we might as well just enjoy dessert, and then we'll come back and have that entree. What was left over?
They're not going to go straight up there. They're going to make it hang for a while to make both sides wonder.
I think they've been making both sides wonder.
And they will
I really
continue to
do.
do.
yeah, they've already been doing that.
But at the same time, we are at the top of this channel. That's the one caveat for me.
Oh, sure. Remind me of that now.
Well, hey, look, right here, top of the channel, little vector below. I was actually looking at it, even actually on those green vectors. After that after the bear flag on the left side of that W, like if you caught that first green vector on the way up, I mean, I'm just saying by chance, it left a little sliver of a vector. It would have come down, basically stopped you out. But if you were to like, okay, it cleared the vector, let me short this, you would have been able to short it right there and then ride that sucker down, cuz. But I don't know, it was actually kind of interesting looking at it like that after the fact. It was like, oh wait, hold on, this actually kind of plays out.
yeah, we might be able to hold this overnight. I don't know, but set some stop losses.
Oh, oh no, there's some cells like on the order book above us. I mean, it's not a gazillion. It ain't a few. It ain't a lot, but it's enough to where we could eat it and trap shorts or whatever, I guess. But at the same time, it would if it didn't work that way and went the other way, then it'd work the other way and not that way. But
Yeah, I've been in this trade right here for about 4 hours.
Hey, Ion, have you been using that indicator, that Liquidity Pro Map by Chart Prime Indicator?
No.
Have you seen where Dbloc has used that?
I don't think so.
I mean, I'm just thinking about it from the point of, well, I mean, I've been using it and I want to say I've been using it strategically. Like I haven't used it enough to necessarily know that one thing's strategic versus the other. But I feel like it kind of does a better job of showing you liquidity kind of instantaneously, like right below or right above price, which might kind of give you an idea if you want to buy, but you see liquidity, a lot of liquidity building right under price. You can kind of have the expectation that's going to come down, eat the liquidity before it bounces. So that would be kind of like a wait for an entry thing. I mean, I don't know. I still use liquidity levels by Leviathan, and those play out like on a higher time frame, it seems to me. But whenever it's kind of like do I buy, do I sell, or I say do I buy, do I sell? Well, do I add to a position or do I close a position? Basically, I think this has kind of helped me, honestly, because
I
I'm
agree. I
able to
use.
see. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say I use liquidity too to to see if I should enter or keep entering in or getting out of a trade. So I agree with you with that. It's very
Are you
helpful.
using the Liquidity Pro Map indicator? Or are you just talking about the liquidity levels by Leviathan
Yeah, I use the liquidity heat map on TradingView.
on CoinGlass? You mean?
No, on TradingView, but it kind of like syncs up with it a little bit.
Okay. I don't know that one specifically, but yeah. Yeah, like mm, it's just like as soon as we clear the liquidity, man, people just jumping into these shorts. And you can kind of see there's it's like they're scared to long it. Come on, Bears, where you at?
I'm not scared to long it. I'm never scared to
Yeah,
long.
yeah, me neither. I ain't never scared of that.
I hear
Now
that.
shorts, shorts though, I'll be out of them trades as soon as I'm in them. I'm always profitable, but man, whew, I'll be like a three
Yeah, they
minute
can be
short, and I'll be like,
scary.
God, yeah, I'd rather be in a 3 week long, I think, than a 3 minute short. Not really,
Any day.
maybe.
I can just always see all the shorts piling in, and I don't want to be one of them, even though, it goes down too. It's just
Yeah,
what
yeah,
a
yeah,
psychological thing. Like it just went way high. It's going to come down. You know it's coming down, but like people
yep,
are shorting.
To me,
yep.
sometimes the risk ain't worth the reward, so that's why I don't short.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about.
Hi guys.
How you
Hey,
Yeah.
doing, Joe?
Hi guys. Doing just at work, just doing the thing, checking charts. See if we're gonna bounce up, do a little action up here. 78. I mean, 68.95 is what I was thinking about. 68.950 if we bounce. But it could be a little dead cat. We'll see. Just depends how much more shorts, like you keep saying, are gonna develop above it. Go ahead, guys. Keep
Like
shorting
that
that
little,
thing. Dare you.
yeah, dude, like that little push right there, like that liquidity pro map indicator, like it, it's like on a yeah. But like on the 1 minute right now, like there's none above it on the pro map, but it's all above it on Leviathan levels. It's like shit. Got my indicators on indicators.
Again, there's still a
Man.
big old, I wouldn't say big old, but a little vector up there at that 70,250. So I want to come up there, wreck all these shorts, clear vector gaps, see what market wants to do from there.
Hey, I hadn't wrecked my shorts since like the 4th grade. You know what I'm talking about?
You've put in a couple good jokes. You put in a couple good jokes today.
Dude,
Well,
I
that's
gotta stop. I
because you're a
can't
bull.
help it. I'm so sorry. It's like annoying at a certain point. It's because I'm a bull.
Yeah. It made sense when I thought it.
Good. No, I think it is. Yeah, I think that it is because I'm a bull. Because a bull ain't scared, but a bear is like,
I'd be more
Yeah.
bear's a
excited
little
if my
sissy. They're like,
65.5. My
bears
orders
take
ever
half the
filled at
year off.
65.
You know, they just sleep. They take half the
Yeah,
year off. They
yeah,
sleep. They ain't working.
they
Crypto
they
don't
hibernate.
sleep. Bears hibernate. Ew. Go
Yeah,
home,
bulls are always
bears.
out in the field. Bulls are always out in the field eating grass.
Yeah. And the grass is always greener. Where the bulls
And I
at?
was so patient, and I left my order at 65.5 down there, and it never filled. I came like 65, just over it. So that's why I'm
But
still
that's
in a
the
bear
problem.
mode action. If it filled, I'd be
You're
in
going to
bull.
be the
Let's go.
most patient person in the world, but if you miss it, then
You see that, dude? That pro maps, bro. Dude, you see that liquidity build right there, man? It is crazy, bro. It's crazy. It's insane, man. I ain't scared though. I like the red. I like the red. Give me the blood. Yummy, yummy. I say, give me the blood. I'm on a 1 minute looking at a red vector candle. Like, yeah, yeah. I want some more. Oh, here comes the show. Golly. Hey, chop, chop. Chop, chop. We got a little indecision on the chop. It's good. Chop, chop. I think I'd rather a fallen knife just go straight through my hand than get chopped up in a shredder. You know what I'm saying? To clear the vector and to not clear the vector? That is the question, Your Honor.
Got a nice little firework on the RSI on the Cypher V on the 2 hour too. Looking good. Oh, oil trades the past couple of days have been doing good as well.
Don't you do it, Biddy. Don't you do it. Don't you even think about it. Hey, where the bulls at? Come on, bulls. Come on, bulls. That's right. Keep doing that thing, bulls. Show 'em who's boss. Yo, Bears, what are you doing? You feeling confident all of a sudden, Bears? You think it's your party? Not so fast. Oh boy. Anybody else getting chill bumps right now? I got chill bumps on my ankles. Let the bull run. Just let the bull run.
Let it die.
Hey, let me tell you something here, buddy or pal. You can't kill this one. Sorry, friend. The writing's on the wall in bear blood. Oh yeah.
I feel like the ocean is saying it's down, so let's not fight the ocean.
The ocean?
I mean, it's inevitable.
The ocean?
We're in
The
that part,
ocean's down?
and you can't fight the ocean. So I said it's just. I think it's inevitable that we're in that part of the cycle now, and it's kind of like the saying, going at something that's like unbreakable is like fighting the ocean. You might as well not bother.
Oh, come on, buddy. That's why we're here. We're here for the pivot, baby. We're here for the pivot. Yeah. Oh yeah. That's what I'm here for. I'm here for the pivot. I hope I'm right. I hope I'm right. I hope it's the pivot is what I'm saying. I hope we caught it. I hope we caught the bottom, dude. Let's go take that CME gap at 84. What do you say?
Like the very local bottom, you mean?
Like I said, the bottom. Yeah, it's the bottom, dude. Just
bottom is the bottom until it isn't.
Local bottom, same difference.
The bottom is the bottom until it isn't, right?
Tell my bank account that,
Sorry, I'll be right back.
Did all the degens just wake up and decide to long this thing? I mean, what are we doing? It was nice. It wasn't even the breakout that
What's going on, y'all? I'm back. I'm never gonna beat the allegations, but I didn't have anything to do with that. I'm just coming back into the office right now. All right. So everybody's on board. Got our type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4 traders. Remember, don't be type 5, right? It means don't FOMO into this move. You didn't get in on the setup. You're just going to have to be patient. Well, TP1 is at 687 and TP2 is at 70, about 70200 flat. But that's just pattern wise, right? A measured move from the bullish channel takes you up to 70167. Measured move from the W takes you to 6879. How's that for your midweek reversal? Excuse me. Looking at dominance, I don't even have to look at the alts. This is a Bitcoin only move here. Huh? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Soul ain't. Soul's not buying it. Oh, a little something. What we want to see for this to really start hitting alts, in my opinion, is Bitcoin needs to get up to resistance and consolidate and not just roll over. And it's backed by volume, which is the important thing. But this volume has to sustain itself. Excuse me. We go down to the 1 minute, you're already seeing it sort of die off a little bit, which means that a good portion of the continuation. So basically, look at it like this: 1 minute candle. You had real volume that came in and pushed that green vector, and then you had liquidations get hit, right, where people had to sell positions, and that gives you the volume that continues. Whenever you see the divergence, is because the push is coming from licks. But this is a great time for people who haven't been paying attention to FOMO, though, because, or shit, even people that have been paying attention, because we've broken out. But it's just the bottom of the range, guys. Remember I told you this shit yesterday. I said, look, chances are the bottom is the bottom until it's not, which means if it breaks, then we worry about the lower numbers. But until then, we have to assume that the trend is our friend. And I understand that the macro trend is down, but the trend that we're playing in that has the current strength is sideways. Right? It's, yeah. Well, you know, this. It all comes down to this. Right, value area high at 71.2, value area low at, where is it? 65.6. And we're just stuck. Right? But we're just repeating the same thing over and over, right? Last time we did the same thing. We came down, we wicked down, double bottomed, right? Hit excuse me, we hit value area low, and then we swept liquidity, and then went up to value area high. And so far, that's what we did here. Wick down, swap liquidity. Now it looks like we're making an attempt back up to value area high. That technically, yeah, would be a higher low. Whether you counted bodies or not, excuse me, it's another higher low. The measured move has always been the same out of this range. Right. If it was to pop. Same way that we assumed that support was going to hold, we have to assume that resistance is going to hold if we can even get there. Right? Support is support until it's not. Resistance is resistance until it's not. But if you it is a higher low, but I'll tell you why it's like right, the bears were celebrating that they had a lower high, right? And now the bulls are celebrating, or will be celebrating, that they put in a higher low. Are you starting to see where I'm going with this? The problem is, if they keep this shit up, we could literally be stuck in here until March 7th. You know, so the first thing I'll be watching to see if there'll be a rollover is if we can get above the top of this flag that we're in. Right, the first hit is back here. If we can't, then I have to assume that bottom of the range, at least value area low, is where we're going. If we can, then I have to assume resistance is resistance until it's not. Damn, I let the stream go over 6 hours where I'm slipping. I was doing so good for like a day there. If we're gonna look at market maker targets, right? Let's do a top bottom of market maker targets. We're at the 50 here. The 800 is, I mean, the 200 is above, and the 800 is a wild extreme. Right? I'll tell you right now, if something was to happen and you got to this 800, not financial advice, take profit. But that's just the 4 hour, right? Then you go to the 1 hour and you look and you're like, all right, we're at our first market maker target, which would be the 200. Psychological high and low are above, which are the second targets. And then the 800 is in the middle of our measured move, right? So on the hourly, it's understandable to want to play this entire swing out, right? I could see somebody playing this on the hourly and saying, look, as long as my setup stays, I'm targeting 800 EMA and the measured move, right? But knowing that each one of these is a decent level to take some profit or to move stops. That's how I play it. We hit the first market maker target, I'm moving my stop up in a profit. I'm locking that in. Second one, I'm moving it again. Now we go down to like the 15 minute and see where we're at. Are we getting to the point where we have exhaustion yet? So look at what's going on here. We're at the 800, right? So we've already almost met all of market makers targets on the 800, but the psychological high and low are still above. So I would expect some sort of retracement at the 800 and then build up momentum and, you know, sentiment to go get psychological high and low. So you see how on the 4 hour, you're way away from the trade being exhausting. On the hour, you're a little closer. On the 15 minute, you're about to start exhausting this move. If you go to the 5 minute, we've already taken out your 800. Right, so now there's nothing. You have to look for resistance, and look at where we're at with the VPVR. Right, so one would assume that that weakness that we saw on the 15 minute starts to develop here on the 5 as we get to these high volume nodes and come back to look for support. Right, hopefully putting in a larger W or something like that. Then you scroll down to the 1 minute. And you see how the tables are turned now. Or if you don't, we can just turn the tables. You see how all of market makers' motivations are above now? Right? So if we were catching a falling knife into this, we'd be targeting that 50, that 200, that 800. Because the mean reversion has now passed the mean, right? So we're looking for exhaustion. This is where Cypher snipers get in, when we start looking for our stopping volume candles and our liquidation sweeps. So we pull up licks and see how many licks are left. Little pile down here, right? This is where we'd be targeting our stopping volume candle. If it showed aggression, the last market maker target is the psychological range that's still there. Very best case for a trade is that you get to your extreme market maker target, which in this case is the psychological range, and you get your stopping volume candle, and you get to trade back into the 5, the 13, the 50, the 200, the 800, the daily open. Right? So if you're a sniper, you're not only paying attention to the chart here, you're paying attention to the possible setup going into the future. Right? Which means you'd be trying to set a long position somewhere from, this is going to look like this because it's, oh wait, let me do a short, because it's inverse. Right, so you'd be targeting daily open, which would be your top market maker pattern, and you'd be looking for entry somewhere inside the psychological range. Let's say it plays perfectly and goes all the way down to the bottom of the psychological range. Right, you'd leave a little space, couple of ATRs underneath. I'm not doing this scientifically, I'm just doing this by eye right now. Right, and the idea would be, That price comes down through liquidations, pops up, does its little dance where it creates more liquidations underneath, flushes down, gets your psychological low, gives you a stopping volume candle, and then slowly works its way back up to daily open. Now, when we reinvert the chart to how it's supposed to look, right, what that equals on a larger time frame is we get to the top of that range, we get to that downtrend that we were looking at, we get to the top of the bearish channel, and we reject. Right, and that's how you go from a 4-hour sort of more macro look on what could happen here to a 1-minute zoomed in look on what the actual possibilities are. My bad, I went full Rain Man on you there for a second. I hope it made sense though. I kind of needed to do it for myself, and then I just said it out loud while I was doing it, but I needed to check what was going on. So what that looks like for us here, since I didn't want to put too much shit on this chart, go figure, right? The chart with the most shit. But that channel that we're looking at, oh, that's not the right thing. What the hell was wrong with that? Hold on. I don't know what I was doing last night, but all right, let's get that there. All right, bet. So it would be, oh Lord. All right, so this is the channel that we were looking at on more of the macro chart. And remember, the TA we just did said you probably get that rejection somewhere if you're going for the psychological ranges. On top of that, hold on. I have to fix this because this isn't right. Well, you know what? It doesn't matter. What's important is the top of it anyways. So that's the downtrend there. That is basically the top of this range. Now this is just this is just the bullish setup, right? If it plays out as bullish as it can with the volume that we have. But it could go, excuse me. It could go left if we lose our support, right? So if this didn't create enough FOMO to change sentiment, meaning if it's not going to bring in any buyers, then what's going to happen is market maker is going to come after the rest of his motivations. then we start getting into a situation where we're getting to this gap, and we don't want to do that, right? So we're looking for a retest of the 50 EMA on the 1 minute.
I just feel like it's going to cost market maker a lot to go up there to clear those liquidations.
Bro, market maker's fighting for his life. I don't know if you've noticed, but
Or whoever's buying is.
So this is that 50 EMA that we're talking about here.
Just go after liquidations then? Or are they really going to bring it up?
That retest of that 50 would be a retest of the break, right? We already broke out of that channel. That would be a retest of the channel and a retest of the 50.
Yeah.
So you're looking for volume only coming to those levels to confirm it. It's the psychological range is where market makers, you know, when you have about you have a store and you have to do inventory rebalancing. Think of the weekly swing as that, right? It's market makers inventory rebalancing, except that their inventory is money, right? Liquidity. So when price comes back to the psychological ranges, market makers' books are completely in balance, right? From the perfect balance that they had during the weekend trap to all the volatility that came after, like the book is cleared when it gets there. So the goal is always to get there. It's like the VWAP, right? I do a whole course on the VWAP inside the school. But institutional traders, they get judged by their supervisors on whether or not they beat VWAP. Right? If they can't beat VWAP, they lose their jobs, which is why you see people buying under VWAP and then people buying above VWAP. It's just one of those things where, like, it's a point in the chart that lets the market maker know that their week has been, their week is straight. Remember, their goal is to create balance in the chart. So they'll attempt multiple times during the week to get back to that psychological range. Whether they're successful or not, it's a different story, right? We've seen they've had major fights. But they are in control more often than not, which is why I concentrate on them more than the whales.
Do market makers correspond across exchanges at all, since they have similar goals? I've never heard this actually asked or told. So
like, I would assume for specific things they do, but I think that the way that this weekly swing is set up and why it works so good the way it works is because there doesn't have to be communication. Like, the chart communicates it, right? What Asia does during their session lets UK say, okay, I can either do A or B, and then US looks at what UK did and sees what type of money is left on the table and goes after that.
They can look at it and see the same goal, basically.
Yeah.
I got you.
I think their main goal is to not step on each other's toes with billions of dollars. You know what I mean?
Yeah. To keep control in their hands, not the whales. And
What you get when that falls apart is a 10-10.
See, this is where finding Tino a couple years ago really changed, like, how I look at everything, man. Like, actually thinking about market makers.
Yeah. On 10-10, you had Binance's market maker for their book for their futures that's completely separate from everything else. Right? This is the market maker that doesn't communicate. Its books are completely isolated. And because of that, it's very sensitive to those 3 stable coins that they have because everything's collateralized against those stables. So what happens when one market maker goes rogue is that it affects all the other ones. That cascade became so bad because every other market maker, even though their books were balanced and weren't freaking out, had to clear all their orders out of the books to not get wrecked. Remember, it's a for-profit business, bro. They are not going to take a L because it's going to affect the chart. Right? They're not in the habit of dumping the chart, you know, sort of like irresponsibly. But they also did exactly what everybody else did. If you could get out of the way, you got out of the way as quick as possible. So we like when they play friendly with each other, right? We like when they play nice. Binance's future book, by the way, is now connected to all the other books. What happens when they're not connected is like, so you got to remember, like, when you buy something from Apple, right, no matter what market you bought it on, it comes out of that one pile. But, which means that every order, no matter where it comes in from, right, no matter what exchange it comes in from, no matter what broker it comes in from, it comes into that one pile of Apple stocks. Which means if there's a big, huge order, there's all the other orders from all the other exchanges there to keep anything crazy from happening on the book. But Binance's was isolated. So what happened was when USD1 or whatever, those three stable coins depegged, people's orders got automatically margin called, which stripped the book. And then those margin calls, those liquidations, they had none of the orders that were coming in the rest of the market to support them. Right? So while you were buying, while you were trying to buy, this shit was just... And we all paid the price for it. It's not just Binance. Your exchange is guilty too. Because Binance's order book, Binance's market makers is like the strongest one, right? For the most part, they're the ones that are pushing the most weight. So all of the other futures books, even though they weren't connected to Binance's order book, they were using Binance's order book's pricing to not have to run their own book. And when one went down, all the lazy ones went down with them. Yeah, I mean, 10-10 was crazy. I don't know if nothing beats. I think it's one of those things like, it's like sports, right? If you were here for Jordan, if you were here to watch Jordan play live, then you think Jordan's the GOAT. If all you know is Kobe, then Kobe's the GOAT. But FTX was crazy, bro. Yo, this dude, Sam, was walking around with Congress people and Senate in Washington literally like almost every week, bro. Golden child. Just selling fake Bitcoin, literally synthetic Bitcoin. Just numbers on the screen. If you had Bitcoin on FTX, all you had was a number on a screen. Bro, his books were so upside down that he went to CZ for help to get out of the problem. CZ was like, bro, I got you. I see you're young. I see what you're doing. You know what I mean? Just send your stuff over. I'll have my people take a look at it, and we'll see if we can find to get you a way out of here, you know. Sam sent over all his book, a complete audit, and CZ jumped on Twitter. Hey, these guys are stealing.
I was about to say, didn't he like contribute to them going down?
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
The second he got their shit, he jumped online and exposed the hell out of them. Not only that, but in the deal, he bought a bunch of their stable. He's like, look, I got you. I'm going to help support
That's
you.
what I remember.
So he dumped it. He dumped the stable all at once, helped dump the stable, and then jumped online and was like, hey, Smokey's behind the house taking a shit. It was funny, bro. Nah, FTX was crazy. And that shit felt like it was never going to stop dropping. And you know what the worst part is? Imagine we go through all of this, right? We take another big drop down to 40. And then we consolidate for 4 months down there. Everybody's waiting for the bull market to start. And then 1010 hits. That's what it was like. That shit was unforgiving. For the most part, I would say the majority of people were fully in position at that point, meaning they didn't get to take advantage on buying the dip, or at least not as heavy as they would have wanted to.
I'm surprised there hasn't been like a social network type movie about that already.
Shit just doesn't stop happening. I think somebody's probably in the process of making the movie, and shit just keeps happening.
I hear you. Yeah.
You know, it's like, bro, like we gotta, like, not now. Wait, let's see how it ends.
That's funny. It's
Got that retest of that 50.
I know there's a lot of unusual rich people, but like he's one of the most unusual looking rich people I've ever seen.
Who are we talking about again? I spaced out.
Sam or S.
Oh,
S-
yeah,
Richard,
yeah. Yeah, I don't know if he's all there either.
Oh, P. Diddy's getting him together.
Bro, the fact that Alameda, they're market maker, right? Billions of dollars going through this thing, trillions, you know, if you look at it all together. They were running their accounting on QuickBooks. Them and
Whatever happened to
FTX,
her?
joint account on QuickBooks. That's like my cousin sells T-shirts and sneakers, and he runs his shit on QuickBooks. Absolutely nuts, bro.
I just opened an account on the exchange that week or a week before that. And I never moved any funds into it though.
Dude, I had a
Robo with the gifty W gifts. My bad, brother.
I
You
had a
saying?
I had a FTX. You remember
I'm
this?
not saying it.
I had a FTX debit card, and I could go to the gas station, use my FTX, and I had $1 on there, and I could pump as much gas as I wanted.
Oh, I
As soon as I
remember.
pulled the card out, it would put the card back in. It would put the dollar back too. So gas was $5 a gallon. I got free gas for like 7 months and was filling all these people's car up for cheap with the FTX debit card because somehow it was
It
if
was
you
glitched
put the
out. Yeah.
it was glitched out. You put the card in the machine, hit bypass pin, it takes $1 out. You pump as much gas as you want. As soon as you hang the pump up, it puts the dollar back in there, and it did that every time you use it at the gas pump. Crazy, dude.
I remember that
I mean,
era.
I made thousands of dollars on gas from that card from FTX.
All right, we want to see them start attacking the bid here. Right, we're seeing a decent amount of bids right at that imbalance. We want to see them start eating the book up. Where is this order book pressure coming from? We're basically at point of control for the book here. This is where the most amount of bids have come in. So what we want to see is if these same buyers that came in, right, are willing to step in here. Or sorry, the same sellers that came in are willing to step in here and continue to sell off. Right, so we're looking for bigger prints, right? Yeah, there it is, the 1.2. I mean, I don't think it's wrong if dominance isn't showing buys, you know what I mean? Market has to prove it, bro. To me, anyways. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was, when I looked at the math, I'm like, look, everything's about 30 to 40% from the top of their liquidations, right? So best case scenario, if that's the type of relief rally that we have, and dominance is where it's at, I mean, the coin would have to be severely outperforming Bitcoin for me to take the risk. I'd rather sit it all, one trade, one big trade, one easy to manage trade. Yeah, I think everything's going. I mean, it's going to come down to Bitcoin, but if Bitcoin goes for its psychological highs, I think the alts will too. Let's take a look at some real quick. Yeah. Just forgetting about the time, forgetting about, you know, the overall climate, forgetting about if it's a bull market or a bear market or whatever, right? This is the trade on the micro when it comes to scalping that you take, right? Stopping volume candle underneath the 50. All motivations are to the top side. Right? Type 1 entry, type 2 entry on the retest, type 3 entry for the breakout. Right? Type 4 entry when the volume picked up. Right? And then your measured move for that would have been your 200 EMA. But when we look at what's left, right? Because remember, these 5-minute scalp strategies, they can last. It's a longer trades. Right? The reason that we use the EMAs, whether you're sniping to get your entrance or whether you got in with the 513, right? We then switch to that 13 EMA strategy to judge the health of our trade. Right? As long as that 13 is on top of the 50, we're good. If the 13 is facing up and the 50 is facing up, we're even better. Right? We look for the areas where it starts to fan out and the 13 gets too far from the 50 for our mean reversions. Right? And then we go to our next motivations. So the setup for Sol is good, but Bitcoin can change the whole thing. That's why I said it depends on Bitcoin. Like, I hate that every like altcoin TA I give has to end with, well, but Bitcoin, you know? But that's just the way it is. So at this point, after getting to the 200, getting above it, retesting both the 200 and the 50, you'd assume that your next spot is the 50 EMA and this vector recovery. Right? Then your job is to figure out, is there enough gas to get us there? Right? One, is there volume? It's declining. We had a nice little sort of move up, but we're losing it now. Two, is there liquidations? Well, liquidations don't seem to be the problem. Right? The cheap move if you can start it. And then we look for our vector gap recoveries, right? Which is additional fuel for market maker. What you're doing is you're making a cost benefit analysis here. All right, well, that move to the psychological high gives you your mean reversion, takes your last vector, and clears out your deep blue. So the motivation's there, the gas to get there is there. What isn't there is the volume or the sentiment right now. So that's what you have to watch. Bitcoin will give you the sentiment. Sentiment will give you the volume. That makes sense? Bitcoin pumps and goes, sentiment changes. Sentiment changes, everybody comes to this Sol chart and looks at the setup that we just saw, and it starts to look good to people. That brings the volume. Volume brings the liquidation hits. The liquidation hits bring the forced buys. The forced buys add to the volume. The volume eats more liquidations. Liquidations adds more volume. Volume gets you to the psychological high and low. Right? That's best case scenario. That's how it'll work. Any one of those things is missing, and plan is no longer valid. Bitcoin doesn't go up, sentiment doesn't change, volume doesn't pick up, we roll over. If Bitcoin does move, but it takes dominance with it and volume doesn't come to alts because everybody's in Bitcoin, then it will just run flat. Makes sense? Nice. These are the times to me where it gets sketchy, right? Where, like I said, the majority of your motivations are underneath. This is where the bulls can shoot themselves, right? Because yes, there's that psychological range up top the market maker would like to hit, right? But you heard how much work it's going to sound like to get there. If this, then that, and this happens, and he's got to pump Bitcoin, he's got to hope that retail. If enough longs get down under here, they'll just take the easy road. And the easy road is I don't have to affect sentiment. I stop providing liquidity for any trades to the top, and I naturally let price roll over and hit target 1, target 2, target 3, and clear liquidations for free. Right, so it's a constant cost benefit analysis, which is why I don't like when we're in these situations. Right, because right now it is cheaper, both cheaper and more lucrative for market maker to come back down. Every red line that pops up makes it cheaper. So what you want in situations like this are for bears to get super aggressive and just start shorting. And then market maker goes, whoop. And then you get up to this dead space where there's no more liquidations and you do it again. And then the bears come in and they fill that dead space with no liquidations, and then whoop. And you get to the next dead space with no liquidations. You guys notice, right, that that's how it works. It pumps, you run out of liquidations, you act like you're going to drop. All of a sudden, this magically gets filled with licks, and then they're gone again. Right, but don't get it twisted. The same thing happens to the downside. So it's important to see who's being aggressive, right? It's bulls versus bears, but it's more than that. All right, that's too much sauce. Join the Discord. Cypher School starting soon. Yeah, Harry. It'll create a retail pattern that'll keep retail interested. So while bears are going crazy shorting lower highs, retail is buying what looks to them to be a flag, which will end up being a flag, right? Unless not enough of them participate. Like right now, right? You can actually see the 100Xs starting to pop in. Because to them, to anybody that's looking to short this, they just saw a lower high. Right? That's a type 2 entry on a short. Type 1, type 2, Type 3 is the breakout. Type 4 is the retest. Type 5 is the measured move. Right, just like your W. But just like your W, remember what we say about slow breaking W's, right? So the pattern's formed. Once the pattern's formed, the clock starts to tick. Right? Every candle that they can't push it past just helps to solidify the bearish or the bullish flag in this case. Slow breaking W's create bear flags, slow breaking M's create bull flags. So you've got bears shorting into the M and you've got bulls longing into the flag. Right? It's the same constant rotation into liquidity. What type traders are you? Put it in the chat. Type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4. Hell, even if you're a type 5, put it in the chat. Nobody will judge you. I won't judge you. I can't promise you that these hooligans in the chat won't judge you, though.
Can you pay with crypto on that?
For your Cypher tag, for your family tag.
Yeah.
No, I think the crypto thing is down. It seems like everybody that's tried to pay with crypto, it's not working. But if you want to, just message me, and we can just do it direct. I'll give you a wallet address or something, whatever you want to use.
All right, cool.
See a lot of 1s and 2s, 1s and 4s. I like 1 and 4. I like 1 and 4. I'm like 1, 2, 4, and then I feed the ducks. These are the ducks. You want to feed the ducks when they're quacking. They love FOMO. They love to short at these levels. When you start playing with, or if you're playing in a market that's sort of illiquid, right? If you're playing with a smaller alt, this is important too. But when you start playing with enough capital, the amount of buyers where you want to sell is important, right? Because it's going to determine how much slippage you're going to get when it's time to go. So I much rather sell, or like, let's say I'm short, right? I much rather end my short on the way down while everybody is FOMOing, or while everybody's selling off, right? While everybody's panicking, than to start trying to exit a position of size especially on something like spot when you're long, when the demand is dying. You know, you feed the ducks while they're quacking. I mean, type 2s for me, it comes down to fib confluence. Right? Like, let's look at this type 2. Right? First, you draw out your regular support and resistance. Right? The top of your W that brings you to your, you know, on smaller time frames, you can always go smaller and find your original W or your original consolidation, right? Which is right here. Right? So that, in retrospect, looking back, is where it hit. Right? But you don't know that at the time because price isn't there. You're just drawing out that level because it's important. Then you want to grab your VRVP and you want to see where your gaps are. That is not VRVP, that is the VWAP. Right? You want to see where your gaps are. So you're up here, you look, you're like, all right, there's a bit of a gap there. And then there's another gap down. You start to get some support around these levels, right? So it starts to add to that confluence of this range being support if you just pull it up a little bit. Right? So that becomes the range where you're expecting your type 2 to come into. Then you pull your fibs and you look to see, is that at least a 382, right? Which it was. So that's sort of what you'd be looking for. Something to come into that range and hold. If you come down and look at how it hit, which is important. You see you had market maker come in and stop volume. On a 30-second candle, this is a stopping volume candle. It did get invalidated, but you're seeing market maker step in at the bottoms. Right? You're seeing volumes start to rise, meaning that traders are coming into the position. That's what type 2 traders look for. And you're also watching the tape. You're watching for the tape to light up. Basically, what you're looking for is, am I the only one looking at this entry, or are we starting to see the market bite at this? Then at that point, you come in, right? Once you're in the trade, you're looking to see the confirmation of your momentum. Right? That 13 EMA past your 50, that means you got bullish momentum on whatever time frame you took that trade on. Now that becomes your focus. As long as that 13 EMA is above the 50, your momentum is bullish. And just tracking your momentum would have at least got you to these ranges here. Right? But this is the 1 minute. The reason that we watch momentum for the most on the 5 minute is because of the fake out prevention. Right? So look at the difference here. You're in your 5 crosses, you've got your bullish momentum. Doesn't cross here, comes here, crosses, you exit, you miss a little bit of a move up, but that signals the end of the move, right? That signals the bearish momentum coming in. In the type 2 that we're talking about specifically, right, you see market makers step in there. Big vector up into the 50, price crosses, hold support. So it's confluence, like I said, right? You want, and remember that makes sense for type 2 traders, because type 2 traders are traders that they don't want to catch the falling knife. They're not going to take the risk, right? They want confirmation. So keeping that same sort of mind state right? It's not just a hit because we missed the 382, right? Traditionally, that type 2, you want it to come down at least to the 382. Your sweet spot for type 2 entries, your golden zone is like between 382 and golden pocket. Right? If prices moved up and you're waiting for a type 2 entry, this is where you're really starting to pay attention. But sometimes it can get front run, right? If there's a strong enough support, which is why you need the confluence. Makes sense? Lav? All right, so it looks like we're looking at a busted pattern, right? Bukowski teaches us when you get busted patterns, there's liquidity hunts that are forming, but we know that already because we're in the middle of a fight, right? Between what liquidity gets taken. So far, the flag has much more. We didn't invalidate the M pattern, right? But the flag has more validity because of the rejection that we got off the top of it here. No real volume coming in. Last volume we had was at that stopping volume candle, but even that got invalidated. I mean, support and resistance is what you're really talking about are orders on the order book, right? Buy orders and sell orders, large buy orders and sell orders on the order book, or areas on the order book where traders have stepped in. So it all comes down to support. Yet your structure is first. There's static support and resistance, and there's dynamic support and resistance. Your static support and resistance comes from your horizontal lines. Right? Your dynamic support and resistance are your EMAs, and to some extent your diagonal. When I draw diagonal trend lines, I want you to understand the reason that I'm drawing them, unless they're part of a pattern like a flag, is for trend tracking purposes. Right? Diagonal trend lines are the weakest of all trend lines. For any snipers that took the trade out of this accumulation because the 13 and the 50 crossed here, you're getting ready for your first test. Price came down here, 13 didn't cross, so you avoided one fake out, but yeah, if it falls underneath golden pocket, I start to get sketched out about it. At that point, it's like, okay, this is kind of deep here. But I do like W's with a deep right side because it gives you a good risk reward. Right? If it's deep enough, you can put your risk reward safely underneath the first swing and you're just good. You don't have to take too much. You don't have to play it too close. It's like boxing, right? Like, some people have that 1-inch punch. where like their hands are in front of you and then all of a sudden you punch it in the face. Like there's no drawback. Like that's cool and all, and it looks cool. But a punch where somebody draws all the way back, you know what I mean? Like that's usually a bigger move. Your deeper W's when they play out into higher percentage plays, in my opinion. It's about picking up traders too. Right? It's obvious we didn't have enough money to keep going with everybody that was in, so we got to go back and pick some people up. And the more people we pick up, people tend to be bullish. Sentiment tends to change when they're in a trade that's going in one direction or the other. That run up to CME is the top of the hill for me. I mean, that's as far as I'm willing to go. That's an automatic out for me, and I do think that it's our highest market maker goal, except for maybe some vectors and shit like that. But it's not promised, bro. You know, when we were on our relief rally and we were coming up to 98, I said, look, 98 is the bearish target. Like, if all we get is 98, we can't cry, right? Price comes back down. We just, we got the weakest target that we had, but we can't start looking at 104 until we get 98, and we can't start looking at 108 until we get 104. I feel the same way right now. Until we can get above 74, we can't even start looking at much less 84. We can't even start looking at 80, right? 80 is that psychological after 74. Once we get above 80, then we can start looking at 84. And we've got to take this by steps. Because if not, what will happen is we'll get to 74 and we'll get to 80. And then the problem is when you get to these levels, you're going to get a natural retracement, right? But is it a natural retracement or is it the top? We never know until we get down to the bottom, right? So if you're playing this game assuming you're going to get 84 no matter what, then chances are you're probably not going to TP at 80. And if that retracement comes down lower or somebody says some stupid shit on the news, then you're going to be looking sick because it's like, okay. So I'm treating it the same way I treated our dead cat bounce, right? I'm going to take profit at 74 and I'm going to get back in the game when we retrace. We go up to 80, I'm going to take profit again. And then I'm going to buy back in if there's strength. When we get to 84, I'm out. I'm gone. I'm not playing any games with them above that level. I would have to see the market seriously shift to change my mind on that. I mean, one of the things that I've been kicking around too is a sweep down to like 59, 58 liquidity sweep under that wick at that liquidity at 60, and then a move to like 75, 80. But I don't think people have the patience for that, bro. That shit would really screw a lot of people up. All right, we can invalidate this if we get above 2. Type 3 traders never got in because we didn't have a breakout. Type 4 traders don't like the way this looks, so they're not about to start shorting this.
I just sent you a message, Dbloc.
All right, I got you. All right, I got you. Give me 1 second.
Peace, peace.
What's going on, bro?
Shit, man, back at it. Been on the sideline for a minute. Got my bear suit on.
Where the hell is...
You said type 2 traders never got in it. The 3?
I'm talking about this short.
Oh. Okay. Well, if I was in a short, I would have got in it too. Or am I wrong?
Ideally, yeah. Ideally, you would have got in at 1.
Well, I got in over here because I just woke up at between 2 and 3 over there at that top of that trend line. I mean, not the trend line, the top of the wedge between on top of 4 up there.
You just rolled over from waking up and jumped in a trade?
Yeah. You were in my dream. The phone was
So like I heard all the TA while I was sleeping. There was nothing left to think about when I woke up. That's funny. What chain did you want to send that? ETH or Sol or?
It doesn't matter. I tried to send it to USDC, but it said, like, I guess what it says everybody does said you don't have any in your account when you try to send it on that thing.
Yeah, I got you. I'll send you the ETH address.
All right, cool.
It doesn't really matter as much now. They've made it so easy to send stables. There you go, bro.
I got it, cool.
Alright, so the measured move for this flag, if it breaks out, would be from this drop. Flags are different, right? When you trade flags, it's not a 1, 2, 3, 4 level trader thing. When you trade flags, look at flags as ranges that are just slanted. Right, that's all it is. It's like a regular range. Same rules apply, right? Which means you load up into positions at the bottom of the range and you sell or open short at the top of the ranges. And then you protect yourself on your last swing low or swing high. haven't invalidated this M pattern yet. It's the only reason it's still there. Your invalidation is right at 678. Done. Where the hell is my M pattern? Oh, there we go. Right. If that invalidates, then we're back on our original plan here. Right. The M pattern breaking down would have given the opportunities for those entries for that trade, right, from the daily open back up to psych ranges. But the continuation, what we were looking for here. Come in, do the same thing again, and then come in and do the same thing again.
Oh, I was trying to see that target on that.
On what? Oh,
All
the
right, it's
top of
set.
the flag. That's the target for the short. We were setting up. We were talking for some reason. I don't know. I've been setting up more shorts today than anything else on screen, but it is what it is. It's the target for if we come up and grab that psychological range for that retest, right? It's our exhaustion point. Since entry for this is already
74.
basically about 70. Up when you get into that 70 psychological. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Yeah, we got up there at the top of that flag, and I saw weakness, and we got a setup. If I was shorting, I would take that short. The invalidation is literally right above it. Right? If it continues and it stops you out, it stops you out. But at that end pattern validation, type 2 shorters get stopped out at break even, or what should be at break even now. I would have moved my stop. I moved my stops pretty aggressively, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, that level is just where I start to look for that last sweep. Give me a second, y'all. Be right back. All right, invalidation's coming out. At this point, type 1 traders and type 2 traders would have their stops at the same spot. You enter type 1, you get a type 2, and it comes up to type 3. You're moving your stops from type 1 to behind type 2. Right? That way, anybody who attempted to short this is safely out. 1 in profit, 1 on a small loss. That's how you can knife catch over and over to try to get a short or try to get a long without getting underwater, without getting burnt. Yeah, I mean, it's if you think about it, Ghost, you're moving your risk. You're taking on the same risk as the level 2 traders taking with a better entry and automatic profits. It's almost like a new trade. It's almost like you took a type 2 trade and you locked in the gains from your type 1. My favorite is when type 4 breaks the point, the highest point that type 3 went, and I can move my stop all the way up under the 50 or all the way up underneath type 4 and lock that whole sort of setup phase in. Then I have to worry about the impulse and I'm out. What you do? You bought into the impulse on the way up? That seems like a long stop for like a, if you bought in here. Yeah, just like regular range trading. If you break the top of a range, price will seek out the bottom of the range. Your midline is also important. I just turn it off sometimes because honestly, I don't like looking at it. But the midline on your both flags is important too. You see how this broke out? This is typically how you see breakouts, right? And it works for regular ranges too. If you watch the midpoint of the range, price will go from high to low, and then eventually it'll start to have problems getting past the midpoint. Once it has problems getting past the midpoint, you know it's probably going to be an attempt to take out the tops. When you come back in here and you fall down through it, there is a possibility to hold at the midpoint and then pop back out. But if you lose the midpoint, then you're coming back. Right? It's very similar to range. It's like I said, it's just a range at an angle. Right? It's the same way that your visible range works. If price hits the value area high, it'll seek out the point of control. If it can't hold the point of control, it'll seek out value area low. Then it goes back and it seeks out point of control, right? Finds resistance at point of control, comes back to value area low, back to point of control. These are groups of traders arguing over what the fair price of Bitcoin is in this range, right? That's why it works. The price that's winning the fight that most people agree on is the point of control, 6782. The traders inside here have made an agreement that the fair price of Bitcoin is 6782. So when it's underneath it, right, it's at the value area low. It's at its low value. It's at a premium. When it's above it, I mean, it's at a discount. When it's above it, it's at a premium. So you sell the top of the range, you buy the discount, and you sell the premium. Yeah, if you put more weight behind the trade, yeah, it increases your profit potential. It also increases, you know, your risk. The way I trade leverage is really different, and I'm not going to be teaching it in Cypher School. I'm teaching basic strategies, right? There'll be stuff in there for leverage spot and everything. But this will have to go into another course if I ever really teach it at all. Because it is it's very aggressive, and if done incorrectly, it's really dangerous. But I'm comfortable with a certain amount of risk. Right? And that's a calculation of weight behind the trade and risk that I'm taking. Right? So I start off with a really low amount of risk. And as the trade gets less risky, I go piling on risk. But I'm keeping it at that same level of risk that I started with. It's just that the trade got easier. Right? We made a high, we made a low, we took out a high, we found support. I'm increasing my leverage, moving up my stop aggressively until I'm maxed out. What are you going to do? Stop me out? Ooh. But that sort of thing builds bad habits, so I don't really like to teach that often. Excuse me. Or ATR right now. $52. That's where your stop loss would be as a type 2 shorter here, and that's where you would be as a type 1 entry at this point. So that basically ends the trade for all traders that are involved in this short or in attempting to short here, at least for the ones that are trading the way they're supposed to. Again, if your plan was to short and that was your entry and you wanted to take profit at that measured move, you'd be risking almost nothing. It doesn't even register. 0.000% of your trade to see if that plays out. Basically just 0.1. The reason these setups are important is because this entire move started here in a trade setup that you would still be in that didn't get invalidated if you were sniping. Right? Your type 1 entry would have been there, your type 2 entry would have been here. Your stop loss for your type 2 entry would have been about $50 underneath. As soon as you came up to that level, you would have moved your stop loss, type 1 stop loss, to here. As soon as you broke out and went, you should have moved your stop loss to there. And now you're out of there. But those small trades, small scalps turn into big trades sometimes. And if your problem has been not being able to stay in a trade, right, getting kicked out of trades, then that 5 and that 13 strategy is really going to help you out. Because that's really what it was designed for. Right, I was looking for the best way to keep somebody that I knew from missing trade setups and keep them from exiting trades too early. Right, like look at both of these. Even if you didn't, let's say you missed the scalp setup and you just took the 13. Right, you just took the 13 and 50 cross. I mean, you missed the sniper setup and you took the scalp setup. Took the scalp setup. You haven't gotten your signal to get out yet. Right, price came down underneath the 50, but your 13s never crossed that 50. So if it crosses now, it crosses now. Your trade is over. Cool, right? But if it continues, it kept you in the trade long enough to see how it plays out. Now, at this point, it should only be a runner. We'll go over more of this in Cypher School, but if you are playing that strategy and you want to be more aggressive with taking profits, then when your 5 and your 13 cross, that's your first TP. Right? Whether you want to be super aggressive, you can take it all and leave a runner, right? 75%, leave 25% runner for when you actually lose momentum, just to keep some of your trade alive in case it goes. That's individual, right? That's up to each person. Type 3 shorters are still waiting for a break of this structure to open their shorts. Type 4 waiting for the break and the retest. Type 1 and Type 2 stop losses are still safe. I gotta reset the stream, y'all. I'm gonna reset the stream and we will be right back.